up to explore all things quirky. Joining me are the quick-witted Jason Manford. The quotable Sarah Millican. The quizzical Lisa Gola. And the total quirkaholic Alan Davis. Right, let's hear their buzzers. Jason goes. Quite quirky like that. Sarah goes.
Jazz.
Wow.
It's a migraine.
Yeah. It's jazz musicians in search of a tune. Louisa goes. Does anybody else feel like they're on the wrong medication today? And Alan goes. This first question is on the QT. What's the furthest anyone's ever gone for a brew?
Was it before or after refrigerators?
Oh, definitely before. Does that really help? Does that narrow it down?
No.
I mean, in terms of history, darling, I think there's a lot more before fridge.
Before fridge.
Before fridge. That's how they now do it.
Changed the world.
Yeah. Never mind about fridges.
Furthest for a cup of tea. Did they have one on the moon? Did they have one in the Apollo lander?
Not the moon, not quite as far as the moon, but high.
The tea is so... It's important, isn't it? It's in all different parts of life. All, you know, somebody's having a baby, I'll put the kettle on.
Yeah.
You know, your granddad's dying, I'll make a brew. You know what I mean? Like, it's just... It's everything.
Yeah, but it isn't just important to the British, it's important in other parts of the world. Where does it...
The Chinese.
Is it on a plane?
OK,
Is there
you
like
can get tea on a plane, but it
Yeah.
wasn't...
No. Is there like a Boyle High Club?
Jason said China.
China.
Someone went to China
Yes.
to get some tea.
OK, so as far as we know, this is one of the highest tea shops in the world. There is a Buddhist and Taoist temple at the very top of Mount Hua and in the Qinglang Mountains, and the climb is treacherous to get up there.
Well, you need a brew.
The one on the right is,
Oh, wow.
is optional, but it involves crossing a section where you have to balance on these wooden
Is that how you
planks.
get down?
It's a 7,000-foot drop, darling, on the other side.
wow.
Yeah. You can hire a safety harness if you want for $5, but its use is not enforced.
Right.
The tea is made from rainwater and mountain springs and snow melt that they gather. It's said to be absolutely
Surprised there's not a
delicious.
Costa up there. Open up across the road.
It's one of China's 5 great mountains. It's got 5 peaks that form the shape of a lotus flower, and each peak has a temple on it. I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Wow.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's astonishing.
But is it better than rooibos?
Oh, the South African tea, isn't it? Rooibos?
I'm so glad that you said it. I didn't know how to pronounce that.
Rooibos.
I've been calling it Ruby Booze for years.
I was 33, still ordering shit-ache mushrooms. So...
In 1952, so in the Second World War, the UK bought up the surplus tea from every country apart from Japan. Apparently, they were terrified it was going to be bad for morale if we ran out of tea. So their top purchases, in terms of weight, were bullets, then tea, then artillery shells, bombs and explosives. Who drank the very first cup of tea? What do you reckon?
Oh, a very long time ago. Probably in China.
Do you think before fridges?
Many years BF.
Yes.
4,000 BF.
Yes. You're absolutely right, it's China. Well, it's a Chinese legend, who knows? It was a Chinese emperor in 2737 BC called Shen Nung, and he's sitting under a tree, and his servant was boiling some water, and some leaves, apparently, from the tree blew into the water, and he thought, I'll have that.
I'm not reboiling the kettle now.
It's boiled now. That took ages to boil that up. And now the leaf's gone in.
And I was watching it.
So I'll fish it out or leave it? I'll leave it in.
I'll leave
a bit
it in.
stronger.
Yeah.
I think...
So, actually, if you go right back there, it is tea first. Milk.
Milk
never.
Tea first. Milk?
Yeah. Putting milk in that. It's already got leaves in it.
So, how did they find out that you can have milk in it tea? Was he drinking tea and a cow just went past and like...
Eureka! It's a milkmaid having a cup of tea. Don't want to dip the teat in, though, do you? No. Oh, listen to them all. The empathy with the udder there. Oh. Can you imagine your own udders going in?
I think it's fair to say you probably can't.
He had tea, then he had a pedicure.
Yes, he certainly looks like he's got very bad hammer toes.
Is that his arm? Oh, no, that's the scenery. Now I can see that. He's got 2 mountains on his head, Sandy. Who is this weirdo?
He's got a little tea shop on one of them, though.
The story that I don't understand is the Buddhist tradition of how tea was first discovered. So, apparently, according to Buddhists, it grew from Buddha's eyelids. Buddha wanted to meditate for 9 years, and he kept falling asleep, right? Because 9 years, long time.
Yeah.
That's good meditation.
That's really good. And so, in frustration, he ripped off his eyelids and he threw them to the ground, and that's how the first tea plant grew.
Ripped off his eyelids?
Yeah.
That's extreme.
Just open your eyes.
Yeah.
I know.
And now there's just people whispering on YouTube, so you don't have to rip anything off. That's the new relaxation technique, isn't it?
Oh, that's the
Whisper,
weird...
yeah.
What is that called?
It's got a fancy name. Someone in here will know. There you go. They sort of whisper. Like some of them fold towels and.
Yeah, or pretend they're cutting your hair or something. Have you seen this?
No.
No, and that's because you've got better things to do, frankly.
You know, the mad thing is, it doesn't matter how many shows you've done, they'll have more views than all of us put together. It's unbelievable.
I'll start whispering myself. I can fold a towel.
Your next DVD should be whispered.
Hold on. Am I the only person who noticed that you said DVD?
I did say DVD, yeah.
Who uses DVDs?
Whoa! What?
What do you...
Unbelievable!
Everyone just glanced over that like that wasn't a crazy thing to say. Like,
Still you.
DVDs!
I'm still on VHS, though.
Yeah.
I played the cassette only yesterday, and you know what happened? It got stuck.
Do you remember when cassettes used to stretch if you played them for too long?
You get a little pencil inside.
What happened?
Oh, it's
those
good
are
time,
the
good
days.
time.
Well, they get stuck. You'd be driving, and you'd pop one out while you're driving, and then the tape... Oh! This is my best tape! Don't pull it! I can't pull over, it's the M4! Get out! Get out with a pencil! Get out! Now wind it on! You know, come on, you're 4 years old, you can do this!
So, not DVDs, what would you just watch it on the...
Like I'm just saying, in the last 2 years, I don't remember like inserting a DVD in anywhere. So it's like it's just a crazy. It's like a crazy thing to say.
I'm just hoping there were a limited range of options of where.
Some DVDs I can't get out. One of Sarah's.
There's no sexual innuendo here. It's just a song.
Don't know why you're bothering then. Mount Hua gives a whole new meaning to high tea. What's even quainter than a model village?
A giant boy.
We used to go and see these things, right, as a family.
Still a thing?
My father would get his cine camera out, and then he would just film the model village. He wouldn't film his children. He'd film the model village, in which nothing happens, nothing moves.
Was it on Super 8 as well, so it sort of went like
Oh,
that?
yeah.
Don't
Then
make
he'd
the
set up a
Super 8 in front
projector,
of
set
him.
up a screen in the living
Got
room,
you.
put all the lights out, pull the curtains, put it on, and we'd all sit there. Here's the holiday. He's just filmed the village. He's just filmed the model village. we were in Lyme Regis for a fortnight, and this is it.
Do you know about model villages, Danny? Is that a thing?
I've never been to one, but full disclosure,
Yeah.
English is one of the languages I speak, so it's not the first. I speak it well.
Yes, no, it's, you and me both coming along. What's your first language?
Xhosa is my first language.
OK.
So, like, when you say words like quaint, I might have my own definition of the word quaint, which doesn't necessarily match yours.
OK, so...
A quaint is kind of old but cute.
Yes, like me.
I've had 5 DVDs out, so my career to you might be old and cute.
So our suggestion for the world's quaintest thing is the model village within a model village within a model village, which is within the actual village of Burton on the Water. So if you look at those things in the background, those are part of the model village. Then you can see there's another model village, and then right there in the corner is an even smaller model village. It's like a village wormhole. It just kind of keeps going and going.
Man just doesn't want to go home. That's what it feels like. He's developed a hobby that is ridiculous because he hates his life.
I mean, it was built in the 1930s. It took forever. It's actually Grade 2 listed, the entire model village. And you could buy the whole thing with a life-size pub in 2018 for under £600,000 if you wanted. Yeah, I know. Who doesn't be suddenly thinking, oh, model village and a pub? But this is not the oldest model village example in the world. It's beaten by Beaconscott Model Village, which is 90 years old this year, 2019. Wow. It still has 15,000 visitors a month, and it's got the cutest miniature shops. So look at this. The greengrocer's is called Crispy Lettuce. I know, sweet shop, Ivor Cavities. My current favourite, the chemist, Hakes and Pains.
These are things you do when you've met all your basic needs as a human being.
Yes, this is...
I don't think people in Uganda are worried about this stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, there's another model village called Babbacombe Model Village. Have a look at this. This is a part of the model village that they just put in last year. So that's meant to be me, darling, on the right there.
Oh.
Tall, isn't it?
Well, they very sweetly lent me.
Oh, wow.
Out of interest, any of you who've known me a long time, what's wrong with the model of me?
I've never seen you in a skirt.
Never seen me in a skirt, ever. No. I don't own a skirt. I appear to have ballet pumps on. This is not what a lesbian on television looks like.
That's like Britain squared. Like, that's unbelievably British.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? Anyway, my tits came out well. So... Now, who has type Q blood?
The Queen? No. Is it a trick?
It is
Is it an animal?
It is an animal, yes.
Can you undo that bloody ringer, then?
No. That's going to...
It's an animal.
It is an animal, darling.
Dog, rhino, giraffe.
Dog,
Dog, rhino.
So it's horses.
Well, I was close there.
Not really.
No, you won't.
Dog, rhino, giraffe, no.
No.
If you put all them together, that's an horse.
So humans have 2 types of antigen, so that's the protein that can cause an allergic reaction. You can either have one or both or neither, so you could have A blood, B blood, AB or type
I don't know anything about blood.
Horses have 7 different antigens, so they have 7 different blood groups. Type A and type Q are the most common. I don't know why they haven't done them alphabetically.
Yeah, why not A to G?
I don't know. Then there's C, D, J, P and U. I've no idea what that's about.
Well, maybe that's the horse alphabet. Maybe that's how they do.
Oh. So where do we get horse blood from?
The inside of a horse.
No alarm for that. I was going to say that and I thought, that's a bloody alarm. I'm not going to say it. You said it, no alarm.
No alarm because he was right.
Oh.
Yeah. So you can't store it in a blood bank. So the Royal Veterinary College at the University of London, they keep 4 horses on site, and their entire job is just to donate blood.
Do they get a cup of tea and a biscuit?
They do. They're currently called Miller, Darcy, Freddie and Sonny.
I remember when my daughter was born and we donated to...
You donated it?
Yeah, we donated it. I've got 5 kids, so like, someone else have this one.
No one for blood.
But you can donate the umbilical cord.
Yes.
Anthony Nolan, I think the charity's called, and they're like vampires. They're at the door, like, waiting. Have they had it yet? Have they had it yet? Have they had it yet? Well, like, we're busy having a baby, mate. I mean, I wasn't busy, obviously. I was playing Football Manager, but... It's worth doing.
The weirdest thing in terms of donating blood is the horseshoe crab, which is an extraordinary thing. It's massively important in the medical industry. There they are, the fourth oldest creature on Earth, the horseshoe crab. But it has something really specific, a compound in the blood that's unbelievably important called Limulus ambosite lysate. And it's used by the medical and pharmaceutical industries to ensure that their products are free of bacterial contamination. Look at them, they're extracting blood there from the horseshoe crabs. And it costs upwards of $25,000 per quart because it is so important. So, horseshoe crabs have no immune system. So because they can't develop antibodies to fight infection, they contain a number of compounds that will inactivate bacteria and fungi and viruses and so on.
They look like they're at Yo Sushi. Which is ironic, being a crab.
Are they alive?
They are alive and then they are returned to...
Oh, are they? OK, that's nice. That's good. Or are you saying, like when my mum said the dog went to a farm? Is that... No, and then they return to the sea. Yeah, all right. Oh, good, good.
They just float away.
Just a little plaster, just here. What about dog and cat blood? I mean, it's really important that we have it. Apparently, the Royal Veterinary College runs donation sessions, and you can go along. And people do it, apparently, because maybe they didn't give blood themselves or they feel good about it. What about if you wanted to operate on a bird?
If I wanted to operate on a bird?
Well, I don't think you should do it. If one wanted to operate on a bird, where would you get bird blood?
Just like the windows of skyscrapers.
All around the bottom of a wind farm. That's the same noise as when the cow got his udder in the tea bag.
All bird blood is entirely interchangeable.
They could do it in flight.
It's a tube.
Just refuelling, yeah, refuelling.
So a robin could donate to an ostrich. What's the problem with that, though?
It'll take 45 robins.
Yeah, you need a lot.
It would take 6,000.
All right, there you go.
Is robin a bird?
OK.
No, he's a sidekick. He's a kind of a ward. So a crime-fighting billionaire.
Has it got started on tits?
Yeah.
Hey. I don't like this. You guys are having too much fun without me. So a robin is a bird?
Yeah.
I'm not, like, into birds, but when you say robin, my brain just goes, there's a human being who donates blood.
Ostriches.
Ostriches, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to clear out the confusion.
Yeah. Oh, I'm here for you. It's OK.
Thank
it's all
you.
good. There was an Australian gentleman called James Harrison. He used to be known as the man with the golden arm. And he saved 2.4 million babies by giving blood nearly every week for 60
Your
years.
shirt. It's got your...
Oh, yes. That's you in about 10 years.
10?
Did he always go to the same place to give blood, or did he travel? You know, the biscuits are different where you go. Do you know that? In Scotland, you get a tonics tea cake. Shut
Do
up.
you?
Yeah.
Is
Which
it worth...
an amazing biscuit. And
Yeah.
just to let you know.
Yeah. If you want to know anything about British biscuits, that's the woman for you.
So, yeah, I was always surprised the adverts. I was like, would you like to save a life? And I'm always like, yeah. The advert should just say, do you like biscuits? Do you fancy a sit-down? Do you like tea? I'm in.
I agree.
He was an amazing guy. So his blood contained disease-fighting antibodies which fight rhesus disease. That's when the blood of pregnant women attacks their unborn babies. He was awarded the Order of Australia, which is the country's highest honour, in 1999. And he made over 1,000 separate blood donations and saved 2.4 million babies.
Wow.
Wow.
Legend.
That's amazing.
Makes the rest of us look, you know, like we've done nothing.
Yeah.
I did it once and I was like, not again. Because
Why?
it's needles. I'm just scared of needles.
I just wait for one of my piles to pop and then I do it. I just like the noises. I like the noises.
Horses have have type Q blood, but there's no chance they can share it with you.
It's like a penthouse.
I like it.
Oh, yes, it is.
Let me just explain what's happening here.
What the hell's going on?
Have you been to a pantomime?
Oh, yeah, those things are horrendous.
Yeah.
I don't want to see 70s British people do weird things.
Well, that's pretty much it in a nutshell. So... Speaking of queues, what's the worst thing about being held in a queue?
Can I put something out that happened to me that's related to queues that I think I feel like I was a bad person for doing this, but I shouldn't feel.
What I love is that you asked my permission. Alan never bloody asks.
I'm in a new country. You guys are kicking people out. I don't know. So I was in Australia last year, and a friend of mine was suggested we go have some dim sum. So we get to the dim sum place, and there's a queue. And then someone who's pregnant comes, and then they all let her go to the front of the line. I'm like, no, you don't go to the front. It's for dim sum. You know what I mean? Am I a bad person for not letting a pregnant woman in the front of the line for dim sum?
Yes.
Yeah.
For dim sum?
Yeah.
OK, everybody votes. Let's vote. Is that a bad thing? Yes? Yes? Hands up,
For dim sum?
Do you think it's not a bad thing?
Who says it's not a bad thing?
Oh, it's about 52-48.
But look, I mean, even in this queue here, that guy at the end clearly needs a poo. He's bought the... he's bought the roll. He's bent double, and he's still queuing.
Come on, please, can I go to the front? Please, can I go to the front?
Are you equating a woman who's pregnant with a man who needs a shit?
It's the closest we've got.
Let's talk about a different kind of queue. So when you are on the phone...
Oh, yeah.
What's the worst thing about that, do you reckon?
It's when the computer doesn't get your accent. I get that a lot.
I used to ring the Odeon film line.
Oh, yeah. I used to work for them. Be careful.
The Odeon film line to find out... This is going back, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the job I
Find
had.
out the times of the films. And
This is
they'd
even
say-
before DVDs.
Yes, before So which Odeon cinema are you interested in?
Yeah.
And I would say, Holloway.
Yeah.
And it would say, did you say Manchester? Every time!
That's exactly it.
No similarity between the two words. There's almost no letters that are the same.
Actually, that was just one of us. Bolton, did you say Baghdad?
Anyway, I can't stand the music. I can't stand when they play music.
Oh,
do you,
yeah.
when you're on the phone?
When I was a kid, they used to play Kenny G all the time. I literally thought Kenny G was on the other side helping me just...
So the thing I like about playing music on the telephone is the idea of it was discovered entirely by accident. So we're talking about the early 1960s, and there was a guy called Alfred Levy, and he discovered the whole thing by accident. His factory's phone lines developed a fault, and there was a loose wire touching a metal girder on the building, and it had turned it into a giant receiver, and audio being broadcast from a radio station next door was transmitted through the wire and could be heard on the calls which had been put on hold. And he took a patent out for the telephone hold program system, and it solved the problem of dead air. That's the bit people don't really like, is the bit where they don't really hear anything. Apparently, the worst hold music ever, there was a company in 2001 called Avaya, and they did a study in the UK. They found a clothing firm specialising in larger sizes was playing fat-bottomed girls. There was a mail-order company playing Hanging on the Telephone by Blondie. And a hospital played Chopin's Funeral March. I know.
Do they have the thing in Britain where they call you and they try to sell you stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
They call you and they say, We're ringing you about the accident that wasn't your fault. And I say to them, how did you hear about that?
Just stood in his own piss. This has literally just happened now. This is so weird.
Are you watching me? Are you watching me?
The other thing to do is, when they say is the accident that wasn't your fault, is to start weeping and going, it was me, and I knew you'd find out. I feel terrible.
I find the weirdest ones is even from your own bank when they ring you and they go, I just need to identify you. And you go, you rang me. Who are you, Barbara?
I had an agreement with my bank to only contact me by email because it was easier when I was on the road and stuff, and they rang me once to say if I still didn't want to be contacted on the phone.
Right. What is this not?
The Kipu?
Yes, I think they've slightly spoiled my display by naming it. Props, a tiny little detail.
The P45 being filled in at the moment.
On your way out, just be careful if you see a little elf with all its stuff. P45 in his hand. I thought I was being helpful.
Kipu. Anybody know where Kipu comes from?
African?
It is not.
Asian?
Are you going to go all the way around the world?
Yeah,
I'll just wait.
Is it European?
I'm going to say Machu Picchu to you.
Oh, Peru.
It is from the Inca people, and this is one we've made ourselves.
Or you put around your neck?
Well, here's the thing. We don't really know what it's for, but it is currently being deciphered, and it is possible that we're about to make us like a Rosetta Stone kind of breakthrough. So the Incas, they had the biggest empire in the Americas in the 15th century. Astonishing. And they had a really wide communication system, but it was long thought that they never learned to write, which seems astonishing, because when you're having something that complicated to organise, you'd think you would need to write things down.
Is that one of them? Because I've got a theory about the writing.
So there was a poet, a Spanish poet, Garcilaso de la Vega, in 1609, and he wrote about the Incas having an admirable method of counting everything in the Incas' kingdom, including all taxes and tributes, both paid and due, which they did with knots in strings of different colours. So initially thought to be just numerical information, but the new research suggests it may actually be a form of writing, and it may contain stories and songs and records. Because they all have different lengths, they all have different knots in them, they have different colours, and we just don't really know. Now, the Spanish recognised the importance of these quipus because they declared them satanic messages, and unfortunately they destroyed every example that they could find. But there is a professor of anthropology at St Andrews University, Sabine Hyland, and she's been studying them. She says they come in 14 colours, allow for 95 unique patterns, which is within the range of a writing system, and some quipus have as many as 1,500 strings.
Be great if you could learn it. You could pull out your earphones and be like, says banana.
There's a Harvard University anthropologist, and he discovered a Spanish census document from the 1670s, and it coincided with 6 quipus that he had in his database. And he found the Spanish document referred to 132 people, and there were 132 chords in the quipu. So it is possible if we can make the two things work together. Now, what is this woman queen of? She's called Frances Lockett of Hyde.
Hyde, in Manchester.
What, does that upset you?
No, I didn't know there was any royalty from
mill.
Manchester.
I've been in Manchester, there's loads of queens, darling.
It's all the better for it.
I know.
Absolutely.
Quite right.
Wow.
What do we reckon? She's a rather fine-looking woman, Frances Lockett.
It doesn't look like a very authentic crown.
Well, it's a really sweet thing, and I don't know if we shouldn't bring it back. So from the 1920s to the 1980s, there was a tradition of crowning queens of industry. So women chosen to represent British industries, and some of them had crown jewels. So Frances was Cotton Queen, and she was an actual weaver, so she had to know all about it. And the idea grew out of the May Queen traditions, so it was promoting British industry, obviously, but it was also hoping that the practice would give the workers something to celebrate. So this is an industry day.
Out to Paris for the day?
Out to Paris, yes. Great, isn't it? So the first railway queens were crowned in the 1920s, and then the idea it spread to other ones.
Brilliant.
And they weren't really beauty contests. So Frances Lockett, when she became Cotton Queen, she had to answer technical questions. She was a weaver, and she did really know about it. And then they had to go and open events and spread the word about the industry and so on. And American companies got involved as well. The Zion Meat Company named Jean Courtney their sausage queen during National Hot Dog Week in 1955.
Things are picked up.
So we've made crowns for you because I think you all deserve them. If you want to pop them on. Now, Sarah,
Yes.
you're from South Shields?
Yes.
Right, so glassware would seem
OK.
entirely appropriate.
But people have been glassed there, so that's true, no?
Jason, cotton, obviously, cotton from Manchester.
Yeah, because we're just massive on growing cress in a dark room.
Yeah.
Love it.
Alan's got veggie sausages, which we thought was appropriate. And Louisa, do you know why you've got a centrifuge on your head?
This is what we wear at a football game in South Africa.
Oh, it's a centrifuge, which is a scientific thing, and this is terribly pleasing. 1.6% of all exports from South Africa are centrifuges. So we just thought we'd make a hat for you.
I don't even know what a centrifuge is.
But this is mine. You're going to help me.
Yeah, I need to come and help you.
Come and help me. So you may or may not know this, but I'm slightly passionate about model railways. In fact, I'm currently building one in my office at home. So
You're going to build a little mini one inside it?
Yes. So, darling, I think you have to hold it very flat, see if it'll work. But I was very pleased with the hat.
Hold on,
Okay.
hang on, train, calm down.
Yeah, and we'll just see if it... So, hold the hat flat.
Whoa.
Well, thank you very much.
In South Africa,
Yeah.
we wear this to a football game. It's like a helmet, and then we just paint it, and we call it a makarap.
A makarab.
A makarapa.
Hey, macarapa.
Yeah, I thought that's what it was.
These are real. Can I have one?
They're all veggie, darling, so yes, there, you can help yourself. Eat your hat. Are you a veggie, darling? No.
No, but you're allowed to have them.
There was a railway queen called Janet Taylor. She once gave 8 speeches over a single weekend. The most extraordinary one, a woman called Audrey Mawson. She was a railway queen. She was sent to Russia in 1936 on a controversial peace trip to meet Joseph Stalin. Anyway, she was the second celebrity to switch on the Blackpool illuminations.
Oh.
I know.
Crikey.
I would love to do that.
When I went, it was... What's his name who sang I Am the One and Only? Chesney Hawkes.
Oh, wow.
He turned on the Blackpool lights and then he did One and Only. And then he finished it and he went, "Thank you, Blackpool." And we said, "Thank you," because we're polite. And he said, "Merry Christmas." We said, "Merry Christmas, Chesney." He says, "Do you want another song?" And 5,000 people went, "Have you got another one?"
Right, hats away,
Okay,
please.
good idea.
Thank you very much. Here's a question about quids. Why are goods more likely to be priced at 99p rather than rounded up to a quid?
Because it looks less.
It is one of the reasons. It's not the main reason.
When I used to... I had a job with a
How many jobs did you have, man?
Oh, I've had a... I mean, I'm still getting away with this one.
Says who?
When I was... yeah. Well, I used to work for a lovely, dear old man who's no longer with us, Mr. Patel, at a local
This is
shop.
like Graham Norton with the red chair, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry. I used to work for a lovely old man called Mr. Patel back when I was 16, and he had a corner shop, and everything was priced £4.23, £5.67, £8.54. And I always thought it was odd. And one day I said, why is it priced like this?
Yeah.
And he said, because it means that you have to go into the till to get change. So basically, he didn't trust me. It basically meant if it's a round number, someone could just give you a tenner and you could pocket that.
That is exactly the reason, darling.
Good old Mr. Patel.
Yes, yes.
Oh, really?
Even now with credit cards and
Well, I mean, it used to be, not so much now, it's all that contactless and so on, but in the 1870s there was an American man called James Ritty, and he ran a saloon in Dayton, Ohio, and he noticed that some of the staff were actually pocketing money rather than putting it in the till. And then in 1878 he was travelling to Europe, and he noticed that the ship had a mechanism which counted the number of rotations made by the propellers. And he came home, his brother was a mechanic, and they built a counting machine that could track the number of transactions and so be aware if there were any inconsistencies. And they called this new machine Ritty's Incorruptible Cashier, and they sold it to what eventually became the National Cash Register Company, and they added a cash drawer and a bell, and every transaction had to be rung through, and if you were charging 0.99,
wow,
it meant you had to go and get a penny change.
Can't believe I got that right.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm the lad on Slumdog Millionaire, and I'm like...
Also, that picture, is that me in 10 years?
But you were right as well, Sarah, because the fact is £9.99 does look less than £10, and that does play a part in it.
Because you read from the left.
Yeah, you read from the left. And 99p seems like a bargain. There was a wonderful story in the Evening Standard in 2014. They reported on a 99p shop in Barking in Essex, where everything was sold at 99p. They were trying to undercut the local pound shops. But Sam...
Genius.
I know, it gets better, though. Sam's 99p was then itself undercut when 97p knockout opened next door. And worse, promoted themselves with a sale where everything was 95p or less. Which brings us to the stranded bag of quavers on the end of a metal spiral that we call general ignorance. Fingers on buzzers, please. It's a lightning round after all. What does the scar on Harry Potter's head look like? Jason.
Lightning.
Lightning isn't a zigzag.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a classical lightning bolt at all. It happens so quickly, in fact, lightning, that our brains can't actually take it in. Even great artists have struggled to depict it accurately. There was a 19th century photographer from Philadelphia called William Nicholson Jennings, and he realised that lightning didn't look the way we have depicted it on paintings. And he took the world's first ever photograph of lightning on the 2nd of September, 1882, and it did look nothing like the lightning in paintings. Photographs of real lightning shows as many as 51 forks. On average, paintings only show just over 2 forks, and Harry's scar has only got 1. All we can say is that his scar looks like the International Organisation for Standardisation, ISO, the symbol for risk of electric shock. Yeah, anybody know what ISO stands for?
Just said it, didn't you?
Yes.
National Standards Organisation.
I've been playing 17 years. I've been playing this game.
It's not an acronym. It's a reference to the Greek word isos, equal, chosen because the acronym would be different in every language. So it would be IOS in English, but it would be OIN in French, and the whole point of the organisation is to keep things standardised.
I feel like we've glazed over a couple of times when you've said that you speak... How many languages?
I speak about 5.
5's like as many as we speak collectively.
No, it's 4 more than me.
4 easily. 5 more than me.
What did you grow up speaking, then? What is it?
I grew up speaking Xhosa.
Does it have clicking in it?
Yeah, like if you greet me in Xhosa, like one of my responses could be ngumqabaqaba, qabule vinika, qaga nqale, oqaqanjelwa ngumqolo, ngumqabelo, ndaqonda kogqirha ugqirha uthi manqanqe ngomqolo.
How beautiful is that?
It is a bit like...
To find out what he said before.
Yeah, no, that's
It's a bit weird, like, because it's my language, so when you clap, it's like...
I know, it's odd, isn't it?
No, but it sounds so
very good, very good.
What would happen if you drank your pint through a straw?
You get punched in the face by the rest of the people in the pub.
Sarah.
You get drunk quicker.
I like the way they've shown us how to say it properly.
Yes.
Get drunk more quickly.
Yes. But people do think that, Sarah. It is a thing, isn't it? Probably it's just that anybody drinking alcohol through a straw is already in the mood to drink quite a lot of alcohol. people used to think you create a vacuum inside the straw that causes the alcohol to evaporate. Another explanation, it could be that because you're too busy sucking the drink and the lack of oxygen can make you feel giddy.
Could it also be because you're getting it all in your mouth?
Yeah, all of it.
That'll be it.
But neither of those explanations really works. How drunk you feel is entirely down to how much alcohol is in your system. It doesn't actually matter how it gets there. Now, what are the best pants to wear if you want to have a baby? I'm looking at you, Jason.
Two people went, none. Both women.
Talking about boys.
Oh, well, I guess he'll want, like, baggier sort of boxers
Sperm-growing
rather
pants.
than tight.
Now say tight ones, say tight ones.
Tight ones?
They shouldn't just be Jason's pants, because he'd keep having babies.
That's so true. Long been thought that tight underpants might be bad for fertility. So the idea was if you warm up a man's testicles, the sperm might be of lower quality. But the difference in temperature, about 1 degree centigrade, not enough to damage sperm.
Can I ask how you do damage sperm? Have you got... Wait. Do you have any...
Really small hammer. What are you asking me for? Lots of myths about conception. So, a man's sperm has always been thought of as being in some kind of Olympic-style race to the egg, you know, where the strongest swimmer wins. Actually, as long as the sperm is not damaged or deformed. Which of the 250 million sperm reaches the egg is a total lottery. It's not to do with which one is the strongest swimmer.
Oh, right.
And it's not necessarily better for conception that men have a high sperm count. Men with very high sperm counts can struggle to conceive as more than one sperm can fertilise the egg.
Also, you get a bit of a bottleneck. Whereas if you just fire out one good sperm. Go on, John.
Is that your love talk? Go on, John. And that's the end of our walk on the quirky side. This week's winner, with -8, it's Loiso. In second place, with -18, it's Sarah. In third place.
You threw me under the bus, you. I had that Mr. Patel thing, I was pissing it.
In third place, with -20, it's Alan.
Unbelievable.
Which means... in last place, with -26, it's Jason. To Loiso, Sarah, Jason and Alan. Finally, I leave you with this quirky quote from American comedian Mitch Hedberg. I want to hang a map of the world in my house. Then I'm going to put pins into all the locations that I've travelled to. But first, I'm going to have to travel to the top 2 corners of the map so it won't fall down. Good evening and welcome to QI. Tonight, we are quintessentially Q, and taking their cues from me are the quirky Holly Walsh. The quizzical Cariad Lloyd. The quixotic Josh Widdicombe.
Don't know what it means. Don't know what it means.
And for the quadrillionth time, it's Alan Davis. Their buzzers are quintessentially QI. Holly goes. Cariad goes. Josh goes. And Alan goes.
Tottenham 6, Arsenal 0.
It was was a mishmash.
It was a bit.
Just for you. Right, here we go. This is a portrait from the Qing dynasty. First of all, how would you spell Qing, anybody?
With a Q.
Yes, Q-I-N-G. So, why is this woman so made up?
Did she walk too slowly through the makeup department at Army and Navy in Guildford?
Oh, that is the most terrifying thing, isn't it?
My mum paid for me to go for a makeover in one of those.
Did she?
Yes.
Recently?
No, when I was about 17.
Right.
I honestly looked like a woman in her late 80s. I actually looked like Mary Berry. That was what happened.
This is a portrait of Prince Zhun. He was the uncle of the then emperor. So we're talking mid-18th century, and his wife, who was called Lady Jinsei. He's about 60, and she's 14.
Wow.
Yeah, it's one of those, you know, spring and autumn kind of things. But it's very typical of court paintings of the Qing dynasty because it was traditional for the wives and indeed the concubines of the emperor and his family to be hidden from public view. So this posed a problem if you wanted to do a painting because you weren't allowed to actually see what the woman looked like. They had to decide to paint the concubines to look like bits from sketchbooks, basically. We have no idea what she actually looked like. This is entirely a made-up portrait.
Is that why
yes.
It's kind of neutral?
Yes. It's
compared to, like, his detailed face. Hers looks like, you know, when you buy a kid a colouring book and it's like, you could add whatever face you want. Like, that's the basic start of the painting.
It looks like they've started on him, they've really nailed it, then they realise they've got 5 minutes to do her face.
She looks like an emoji, doesn't she?
Yeah.
But the whole concubine thing, I mean, it was considered absolutely crucial to Qing dynasty court life. So the idea was you wanted to make sure that the emperor had multiple offspring, so you wanted to make sure he had a very healthy sex life. In fact, in the 1670s, they started a government branch called the Office of Respectful Service. So there's like a guy outside the bedroom seeing how many times a woman has been in and out that week. Wow. So and it mattered because if you went in and out that week, say 3 times into the emperor's chambers, then you would go up in the concubine standings.
That's quite exhausting for the emperor.
For him.
I think when they go in, he's just saying, we can just watch TV and have a chat.
Let's have a cup of tea and a pillow fight. There are some fantastic empresses. So these are the chief consorts. There's one in particular called Empress Cixi. So she started as a 16-year-old, you know how you do, bit of work experience, low grade, you know, concubine. 18...
Hand jobs, checking out.
Well, she started out in the lowliest position, and then she got herself over 40 years to the highest position. She killed quite a few people on the way.
She killed people?
Yes, she did.
With her hat?
Well... It does look like a mortarboard, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It looks like a mortarboard with a toilet flush on the side.
The night before she died, and she knew that she was dying, she's thought to have poisoned her own nephew so that he couldn't take power.
Wow.
I know, she's really a vicious thing.
Wow, let's hope the Queen's listening.
What an end to the crown that'd be.
She presides over a period of technological progress in China that is unparalleled because it's the beginning of trains and cars. But it was a real issue for them because she couldn't really travel in a car because all protocol dictated that whenever she was travelling, everybody needed to be at a lower level than her.
Oh, wow.
Sunroof.
Yeah, that would have been the thing.
Holding a hat on like this.
They couldn't have a chauffeur because the chauffeur couldn't sit below her, so that was a serious issue. And then the British decided to give her a steam train in 1865. It only had 500 metres of track. But it was considered too shocking, and it disturbed the feng shui of the areas. The first successful train they had came later from Germany, about 20 years later, and it had 3 kilometres of track, and she used to take it every day to go to lunch, but she didn't like the sound of the engine, so the carriages were pulled by eunuchs tied to long yellow silks.
Why does the British Rail pick
I don't know.
That'd be amazing,
yeah, that
wouldn't
would-
it? Instead of a rail replacement bus service.
Ladies and gentlemen, many apologies. The eunuchs have not turned up today. We've got the wrong yellow silks, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen.
Never mind about that. We've got the wrong eunuchs today, I'm afraid.
One of them's got a penis. We've sent him home.
Right, moving on. What do bacteria talk about?
Is it Love Island?
Other bacteria who aren't in the room.
I love it when, by complete chance, you're correct. So they are communicating about where the other bacteria are. It's something called quorum sensing. They actually emit and detect each other's chemical signals. And what they basically do is they take a head count to see how many bacteria there are, and they base their activity on how many bacteria they have detected around them.
Like a fight, like there's 10 of us and 4 of them.
It's like the army gathering and going, right, we're ready to go over the top now because we've got enough. Lots of bacteria that cause human diseases, so cholera, pneumonia, staph infections and so on, and they use quorum sensing, so they wait harmlessly inside us until they agree that there's enough. And then they go. It's a bit like social media, right? So one person tweets, but then it is repeated and repeated and repeated until it goes viral, and you have enough to make it a story for a lazy journalist. It was very first observed in the 1970s. There are some bacteria called Vibrio fischeri, and they live in the bodies of the Hawaiian bobtail squid. Isn't that beautiful?
Wow.
So the squid gives them accommodation and sugar and amino acid for food, and in return, the bacteria gives the squid the most ingenious defence mechanism by glowing all of them all at once and generating bioluminescence. So the squid is able to control this light, which is created by all these bacteria living there, and basically any potential predator that is looking up at the squid will think it's looking at the moon, because the squid can point this light downwards. Isn't it clever?
Smart.
I know. So it's working with bacteria. In order to do this trick, it's called counter-illumination, and the squid can even use its ink to dim the lights. And it's useless for the bacteria to glow unless there's enough of them.
That seems like a really fair payment.
Yeah.
Like, you get that incredible party trick just from getting some Like, if I got that every time I'd had thrush, I would...
I am so in love with the idea of getting thrush and suddenly being bioluminescent.
Yeah. It would definitely be literally the silver lining.
Yes.
It'd be also a conversation start, because I'd walk in and I'd go, Holly, you look great. Got through the thrush?
She looks like the moon. She's so itchy. Oh, wow.
What I love is that it has another way of concealing itself if it doesn't have enough to create the light. Have a look at this. It is able to bury itself in the sand.
Oh.
So this is the other way of doing it. Look at this. Look.
Oh, wow.
Look, just the eyes and they're covering the eyes.
That's amazing.
Isn't that beautiful?
And then what does he buries himself, and then does he just wait for the bacteria to multiply?
Yeah, Holly is frankly doing better in the pants department.
Would you bury yourself in sand?
Well, that's how I got thrush in the first place. Grit.
A roller coaster might make you queasy, but what can it cure? Yes.
Thrush.
Actually, that thrush with that thing between your legs, that's going to make it worse.
God, I went and did Go Ape yesterday. It was quite something in terms of the harness, remember?
It's not comfortable.
Been used by a lot of other people.
Are you suggesting it has chafed many thighs?
I'm suggesting that the harnesses can communicate with one another.
So what happens on a roller coaster?
Hiccups. Will it cure hiccups?
I would imagine it might cure hiccups.
I got stuck on a roller coaster at Alton Towers.
Oh, see, my idea of hell.
Yeah, I got stuck in the black hole.
What?
This is the kind of audience I want for my anecdotes.
What is the black hole, Danny?
So it's a roller coaster in the dark.
No.
Nightmare.
Yeah.
If I'd have been there, you would have felt a hell of a lot happier. Lighting it up.
And it's one of those roller coasters where you're straddling someone.
Sorry, you
Wait a minute.
So you get on, and you both in like a cart, and one of you has to sit with your legs out, and then the other kind of sits like...
Oh, OK. And you were the one with the legs out?
I was the one with the legs out.
Were you with the stranger? Did you not meet...
Yes!
Why?
Oh!
Wait, where are your
'Cause I was in a 3, and those two paired up,
okay.
and I wasn't gonna like miss out on the black hole, and then we just ran out of momentum. I mean the cart, not like the conversation. And we were there for about 5 minutes, just sat there. At one point, you could hear the other carts coming down. It was absolutely terrifying. And then they got us off in the end, and they went, "You can have free tickets to go again." We were like, no!
Just a guy had a soaking wet back from where you pissed yourself.
So it is the back that we are thinking about, OK.
Sciatica.
Well, no, something much more painful. Possibly even more painful than childbirth. It's considered to be one of the most painful things you can have in the world.
Kidney infection.
It's kidney stones.
Kidney stones.
It's kidney stones.
More painful than childbirth.
I have had them. Unbearably painful. Wow. So in 2018, an Ig Nobel Prize was awarded to 2 urologists who discovered a really quick way to quash kidney stones. So they had several patients who said they'd passed kidney stones when they were on a roller coaster. So they made a silicone cast of a kidney. They filled it with actual urine. They added 3 artificial kidney stones and they took it on Disney World's Big Thunder Mountain. And apparently, most effective is riding at the back of the coaster. Passage rate of 64%.
Wow!
Yeah, compared to 17% if you sit at the front. So much better to sit at the back.
Is there somewhere, like, just pictures of 2 people than a picture of a kidney on a roller coaster?
Anyway, the roller coaster study, not the first time that frightening rides have been used in medicine, so this is bizarre. In the 1920s, doctors prescribed scary plane flights to cure deafness.
What?
There was a theory that some deafness had psychological origins and you could overcome this by being terrified.
He thought he was just going out for a bike ride.
Well, what they were told as they got onto the flight was that it was the altitude that was going to cure them. They were not expecting any acrobatics. So you can imagine when they did a loop-the-loop, that if it was psychological, the deafness definitely went. Everybody could hear them screaming at that point. Yeah. Even the great aviator Charles Lindbergh advertised deaf flights on his business card. It was considered quite a thing. There's no evidence that it worked at all. None. Now, what can you tell me about Philip the missionary's position?
I once sat behind him on a roller coaster.
Who's Philip the missionary, also known as Philip the evangelist? Anybody had a religious upbringing at all?
I can sing Lord of the Dance, if that's what you mean.
That's so tempting.
Go on.
No, why did I say that? Dance then, wherever you may be.
I am the Lord of the dance, said he, and I'll lead you there, wherever you may be, and I'll lead you all in the dance, said he.
So, in a word, no idea who he is.
Is he in the Bible, then?
Which bit of the Bible?
It'll be in the New Testament, surely.
It's in the New Testament,
yeah,
you're absolutely right. He's in
Philip.
Acts. He's an evangelist. So he tours the Middle East, performing miracles and
Well,
preaching.
you couldn't get tickets, though, could you? It's hard.
So here's...
It's so weird when you've got all your hair is on the bottom of your head.
It does look like you could flip his head, doesn't it? Just flip it over like that.
And then your mouth will be at the top, though. That'd be weird. And your eyes will be under your mouth.
Yeah.
And every time you ate, you get food in your eyes. But at least your hair will be in the right place. But when it rains, all the water will go down your nose.
It'd be so beautiful. It'd be like the those fountains in what are those fountains called in the fountains called in Las Vegas where they Bellagio. My God, I cried when I saw those.
They're the ones where they fire out and land in a hole.
No.
They're my favourite films.
Honest to God, it's like being in an old people's home.
He toured the Middle East, did he?
Oh, he toured the Middle East.
Right. Josh wants to sing Lord of the Dance again.
I saw a fountain once.
Did you?
OK.
So he toured the Middle East.
So
Tell us about the dark room again.
When we going on a roller coaster?
You said we was going on a roller coaster. I never pissed myself.
I've got frap.
Who pulled the train? What kind of person pulled the
Eunuchs.
train? Eunuchs! So, this is him baptising a eunuch. Here's what happens. When the eunuch lifts his head up...
Oh, I didn't know what you were going to say. I really didn't.
So what happens is the eunuch lifts his head up, he's been baptised, and Philip has disappeared. So the eunuch never saw him again, but went away on his way rejoicing. Meanwhile, Philip found himself further north at the town of Azotus. So it seems to provide the Bible's only example of teleportation. Because there's a moment he's there, and the next minute he's in a completely different town. So here's the question, Philip aside.
Yes.
Do you think that humans will ever teleport?
Yeah.
Yes, OK, Holly, why?
If you think about it, 10 years ago we didn't have Uber, and now we've got Uber.
Yeah.
And that's as good as teleporting, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's just the thing.
There's been times when I don't remember how I got home, and then I've looked at my emails and I realised I got an Uber receipt, and I thought, that's as good as
Teleported. Well, here's the extraordinary thing, is that we have already done it, although not to ourselves. We are heading into quantum physics, but fear not, it is not difficult at all. So quantum physics, essentially the study of extremely small particles, so atoms, electrons, photons, which are...
Molecules?
Light particles.
Light particles.
So, in 2017, China teleported information from a photon into outer space using a process called quantum entanglement. So, now, let me explain this to you. I want you to imagine this is a single energised photon. What you can do with a photon is you can fire it from a laser into a crystal, and you can effectively turn it into two not quite so charged photons. So you have to imagine now that this is two photons, but they are effectively still the same banana, the same photon. It's just that we have separated them. Now, I'm going to take this bit of it and I'm going to chuck it to you, Carrie. So I need you to imagine that you are in a spacecraft, you are 500 kilometres away from the Earth. You're in a Chinese spacecraft. You ready?
Yep.
There we go. Fantastic. OK.
Tell you what, at least you didn't make a meal of it.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to write something on this. And this is the astonishing thing. It is 500 kilometres away. I have written Alan. If you then show yours, imagining that it is now 500 kilometres away, it too says Alan on it. Whatever you did to the photon that is left on Earth, exactly the same thing will happen to the photon that has gone out into space. And we don't know why. We shouldn't feel bad that we don't know why. Einstein did not understand it at all. It freaked him out. He called it spooky action at a distance.
Oh, I get it. Now I get it.
So here is the weirder thing. We could pair this bit of banana, if you like, with an orange.
Wait, we're pear, orange or banana?
If I then did something to the orange, it too would appear on that bit of banana. I'm trying to use fruit as an example, but basically I could pair another photon, a third one, to this one on Earth, but it is still having the same existence.
God, I feel really weird.
So you basically, when you teleport, you're going to make a version of yourself elsewhere, and then you can do whatever you like to it.
In a way, you're right, Alan. The trouble is that we just don't know enough about it.
I do know, though.
What
I
do
know
you
what
know?
it is.
OK.
2 words for you.
Yes.
Fax machine.
Is how you've kept so up to date.
I did a documentary about quantum physics for Horizon.
Did you?
I can highly recommend it. I learned a lot, but it's...
Gone.
Once all the experts had left the room, oh, my God, you can't really retain it or use the knowledge. They showed me a laser beam split in two in the National Physics Laboratory, and they told me that it was impossible, and then they did it.
Were you at a magic show?
Then they chopped Debbie McGee into it.
Hopefully it's on YouTube, and you could watch it.
I will check it out. Anybody know why teleporting took place in Star Trek? What was the reason for it?
Oh, was it like a budgetary thing for the show? They
Yes.
They didn't want to have to show the transition.
It was too expensive to show the Enterprise always landing and taking off on different planets. So Gene Roddenberry, who was the creator of Star Trek, that was his workaround. They simply couldn't afford for
Just doing a background. Carry on.
I thought you were making sex noises.
Wow, Holly, it really has been a while, hasn't it? Holly has...
Don't do it that way. You're in the dark room. Coming from another car elsewhere.
Singing Lord of the Dance, make it right.
I'm trying to explain quantum
I know, you're doing very well. When's lunchtime?
Watch the Horizon documentary, move on.
All right.
If any topics come up with shows that I've done, can I plug them as well?
Yes, darling. It is seriously like an old people's home now, isn't it? Oh, I used to be on the television. Oh, yes, years ago.
I've got thrash.
Right, moving on. Where would you go for a 6-week quickie? Josh?
Alton Towers.
So what kind of quickie things are there that you might do in 6 weeks?
A quickie in 6 weeks?
Divorce, quickie divorce.
Oh,
Yeah, so...
6 weeks?
From the turn of the 20th century, people travelled from all over America to Nevada. It was the place to go for a quickie divorce. So they reduced the residency requirement for seeking divorce from 6 months to 6 weeks. And also, they made it fantastically easy. There were 9 grounds why you could get divorced. They applied them unbelievably broadly. There was a man who got a divorce on the grounds of extreme cruelty, and it was because his wife had too many cats. I mean, it really was.
She had too many cats?
Yes.
Did they name how many?
They didn't say how many. For me, 1.
2. There's one there, I go upstairs, there's another one!
And this carried on right up until the 1970s. In fact, they think it's how the state survived the Great Depression, because no other state allowed such lax grounds for divorce, and they were divorce hotels, where you could go and the couple could do the 6 weeks of residency. They especially targeted women, and dude ranches were developed, where women would go for 6 weeks sunbathing, riding horses, drinking cocktails, fraternising with the famously attractive male staff. It was marketed as Renovation because it was in the town of Reno. It was one of the most popular places. And women would often arrive with a male cousin who they married as soon as the divorce went through. They held an annual wedding derby to see who had officiated at the most marriages in a year. And 1947 Judge William McKnight won. He had officiated at 5,888 weddings, pretty much 16 a day.
Whoa.
Just going through. And now for a classic snack to go with a classical question. So, anybody got some snacks here? OK.
I'm looking forward to these.
Yeah.
How can you squeeze the maximum number of quavers into the smallest possible space? Yes, Josh.
Oh, no, Josh! Is this...
Yeah.
I want to share yours now, Sandy.
Oh, my.
Unbelievably delicious, isn't they?
Yeah.
Bad luck.
I like twiglets. I met a man in Sainsbury's dressed as a twiglet.
You were dressed as a twiglet.
No, I didn't even know it was a job you could do. I would have definitely done it. Anyway, quaver, where do we get the word from, do you think, the actual word quaver?
Is it French?
No, so we're going to go Middle English. What do you think it meant to quaver?
Middle English, did you say?
Middle English, yeah.
What, so quavers have been around since medieval times?
No, the word. I think this batch has been around since medieval times.
It means to quiver?
It does mean to shake.
To shake.
It's the letter S. Look at that. Isn't that weird?
Oh. You are so easily pleased.
Oh, this is...
That is how I imagine the scene from Alan's documentary.
So it began as a meaning of shake and tremble. Then it became singing in a sort of tremulous voice. Do you remember when women in church always...
Wherever you may be.
Yeah, it's like Josh was in the room. And then it became the name of a musical note. Anybody know how long a quaver
Is it quarter?
It's an eighth. There are semi-quavers, which are 1/16th, followed by a demi-semi-quaver, which would be a 32nd, a hemi-demi-semi-quaver, which is 64th, and a quasi-hemi-demi-semi-quaver, which is a...
Danish wizard.
120. We were from the same place.
What did you say, Josh? What did you say? 128?
128.
128. So these notes are quite rare.
Why is it so rare?
So it's rare because it's so fast. So if you took a work in 4/4 time, so with a tempo of 100 beats per minute, a quasi-hemi-demi-semi-quaver would last for just 0.02 seconds. So that is too short for the human ear to distinguish.
Oh, yeah.
But in fact, Beethoven and Mozart used them to describe brief, rapid sections in particular movements. The shortest note in any published work is a 1024th note, which should be called a quasi-hemi-demi-semi-hemi-demi-semi-quaver.
That's his brother.
Yeah. And it appears in Anthony Philip Heinrich's Toccata Grand Chromatica, which is written around 1825.
Somebody's pleased with themselves, isn't it? I've used a semi-demi quiver.
Those glasses look no use to anybody, do they? They're too small.
They're smug glasses. They're intended to make you feel stupid.
So this is one of the rare uses of this 1024th note, but in the very first manuscript, an extra bar was added to the note, which meant it was actually miswritten as a 2048th note, which would be a demi-semi-hemi-demi-semi-hemi-demi-semiquaver.
Oh, my God.
There it is. Look at that. That is... I mean, how fast would that... Ridiculously...
madness.
Yeah, bonkers.
So could we hear? Like, what's the shortest note that we could hear?
There is a thing called Extreme Piano Channel on YouTube.
Whoa!
Where it is...
Do you know what else is on YouTube channel?
You've all got some instruments beside you. Why don't you bring out your instruments? What I want you to do, you've got 5 seconds. I want you to play the same note as many times as you can and count how many times.
Counting and playing.
Did you used to do that game at school where you'd try and start a stopwatch as quickly as possible?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I loved that game and it was so good.
OK, ready? 5 seconds, going now. OK. Holly, how many? Alan.
Alan, the bus is here.
How many, Holly?
I lost count about 12.
After about 12, Alan? You've no bloody idea. Kellyanne.
34.
34?
Honestly,
Yeah?
37.
Oh, Josh wins that one. That's
I mean,
very
it's
impressive.
a hollow victory if you happen to give your own score when you know what the other scores are.
And most piano key presses in 1 minute is 824, which is 68 and a half every 5 seconds. It's a Portuguese-American pianist. He's astonishing, called Antonio Domingos, and you can see his work on Extreme Piano.
Does he just do all the same notes again and again, or is it like a tune?
No, it was just one note, but he played it with 2 fingers. Most claps in a minute? How many claps do you think?
Well, the flamenco people
About
can go very, very
400? No, 300.
About 300, anybody else?
200.
1,080.
Wow.
By a 9-year-old.
What?
I know.
No. He's called Seven Wade. 180 every 10 seconds.
Well, just for fun, he's not even doing flamenco.
He had his toe in a plug socket.
I absolutely love him in my audience on tour.
Right, favours away, instruments away. For what sort of business would you want to use a queer plunger?
I once had a nightmare with a plunger. So we had a New Year's Eve party, and then the next day our toilet was blocked. And I thought, I'll nail this. I'd never used a plunger before.
Right.
Difficult to use.
Yeah, I thought I'd just whack it down there. Whacked it down, and it suctioned just onto the bottom of the toilet. Brought it up. All I had was the piece of stick. And now I didn't just have to unblock the toilet, I had to get my hand in there to get the plunger.
OK, so queer plunger, what might you plunge into?
The ocean.
Well, so water. You might plunge into water. It was a term given to con men who took advantage of the rules of the Society for the Recovery of Persons Apparently Drowned. So, set up in 1774, it's 2 London doctors. They were worried that too many victims were being wrongly pronounced dead and sometimes buried alive. And so they developed new techniques of resuscitation. They offered a reward of 4 guineas, which is over £500 today. It was a lot of money, to anybody who successfully brought a drowned man back to life. Well, swindlers paired up with each other. So one would throw themselves into the river and pretend to drown, and the other would jump in and rescue him from the brink of death, and the 2 of them would then share the 4 guineas. And they became known as queer plungers. How many of you around the table know about W.C. Fields?
Yeah, the cricketer.
No.
That's W.G. Grace.
He was an amazing early 20th century actor and comedian. One of his very first jobs was to drown several times a day. So he worked at Atlantic City, and he would pretend to swim out, and then he would pretend to drown, and somebody would come and rescue him, and a great crowd would gather, and they'd all applaud because he'd been saved, and they were all so thrilled. And then they would buy beer and hot dogs, and it was the beer and hot dog guys who paid W.C. Fields to drown several times a day. The Netherlands was the first country to have a society for resuscitation. Why the Netherlands?
People falling in canals.
Lots of water, yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just a really simple answer, isn't it?
They have fjords as well.
No,
No.
don't have fjords there.
Have you?
For God's
No.
sake.
No. You know, Netherlands is famously flat and fjords are famously steep.
Right.
So, no.
You know what? I'm just glad I didn't say it on national television.
No, that's a good thing. That is... So the very first society, 1767, the Netherlands Society for Resuscitation, and they had incredibly strict rules about what you should do in order to bring a drowning person back to life. So first of all, you've got to take them inside, then you've got to take their wet clothes off, and then you've got to rub them with woolen materials to warm them up. And maybe, if you really feel it's necessary, give them tobacco smoke up the rectum.
They used to do that in London as well. Do you know how I know that?
Yes.
We had it on this show.
It did indeed. It was considered an effective means of resuscitation.
My sister fell in a canal.
Did she?
One of the best days of my life. So we went on a canal holiday in Birmingham, and
Does that go through fjords?
it's got more miles of canal than Venice, Birmingham.
I do know this.
Doesn't make it a better holiday.
No.
And my sister fell in, and there was panic, and my dad was shouting, "Get the camera! Get the camera!" And then she found her feet, because it was only about that, and my brother threw the plastic polo, and it hit her on the head and knocked her out.
I thought you were going to say your brother threw her the camera.
So there were other things you had to do. You had to do bleeding for the arms and neck. You had to pour liquor down the throat and then place the person in a preheated bed with a naked person next to them.
Yeah, well, that makes sense.
Yeah, to provide natural heat.
Yes, because that's what happens when you're a keen bivouacker, like I was as a teenager. You,
No wonder you got thrush.
You learn that if somebody gets quite severe hypothermia, that you should both strip off, get inside a plastic bag together, and just keep each other warm.
OK, who told you this?
Was it someone holding a massive bin liner?
Come on, Holly, come on, in you come.
We've got to stay warm, Holly. Our Kayla said.
Is this why you're at Go Ape? Yes.
Now we come to the quintessentially QI brand of torment that is general ignorance. Fingers on buzzers, please. What's the tallest building in Europe?
The Shard.
Isn't the Shard?
Well, it is the Shard.
I'm in charge. It's not the Shard. I will give you that the Shard is the tallest building in the EU at the time of recording. Possibly not at the time of broadcast. The top 4 are all in Russia.
Oh.
The Lakhta Centre in St. Petersburg tops the list at 463 metres. Look at that, it's astonishing. Tallest building in the world, anybody know?
I think I went up it in Dubai.
Yes.
It is in Dubai, you're absolutely right. It's called the Burj Khalifa.
Yeah.
This is astonishing. It is nearly a kilometre high, and it means that at the top of it, the sun sets more than 3 minutes later than at ground level. Oh, wow. That is how high the building is. And during Ramadan, there are clerics who have pointed out that Muslims who live and work there, they have to stop fasting at different times depending on what floor they're on. Yeah, so there's one Dubai cleric. He reckons that people living above the 80th floor should fast for an extra 2 minutes. And those on the 150th floor and above should fast for an extra 3 minutes.
I was doing a gig in Dubai, and with Jack D, we went up to the top of that. But you've never seen someone less excited.
Europe's 4 tallest buildings are all in Russia, with the Shard coming in a paltry 5th. What shouldn't you do to a sleepwalker?
Kill them.
Yeah. Absolutely fair. Shouldn't do that. That's one thing.
Oh.
Go on, say it. Go on.
Yeah, it's wake him up, isn't it? All right, good work, undone.
You were winning up until then. Now you're stuffed. Contrary to popular myth, there's nothing wrong with waking a sleepwalker. I mean, they might be slightly disorientated at first, but it's much safer than leaving them to walk around the corridors unconscious.
It's just not as funny.
It depends how you wake them up.
Yeah, boo.
If you wake them up by picking them up and putting them in the middle of the road.
Here's the thing, injuries are not uncommon. Injuries are not uncommon amongst sleepwalkers because they walk into things and it's better to save them. Although, here's the thing, the most recent studies show that you don't feel any pain when you are sleepwalking.
You're just so relaxed.
It's just very chilled. Of the 47 sleepwalkers in this study who reported suffering an injury while they were asleep, only 10 actually woke up. There is a thing where people actually act out their dreams.
Yeah.
So sleepwalking tends to happen at the deepest stage of sleep. There's another disorder called REM behaviour disorder, or RBD. So what they do is that people often crawl or run in their sleep. So
My
if they're...
granddad used to cycle. He used to kick the covers off and his legs would be going like that. And my granny would be like, stop it, Bill, stop it!
He won a stage with the Tour de France.
I had a dream the other day that I was in New York and my husband said I was lying in bed doing this.
What was that, darling?
I think it's just me walking down a sidewalk.
I love it that when you go to New York, you get a kind of American-Italian attitude.
Did you think you were in Saturday Night Fever? If you see someone sleepwalking, wake them up before they hurt themselves. What age did women tend to get married in the olden days, say 300-400 years ago?
So that's like, what, 1700?
Wow. Maths and geography.
It's an irresistible package.
So what do you reckon? How old do you think women were when they got married?
Is the picture a clue?
No, it's just a really cute picture.
Oh, OK.
Was it older or younger? It's either going to be 14 or 28.
What do you want to go?
I'm going to go 28.
You're going to go for 28.
Is it older than we think? Is it sort of like 25?
It is older than we think, so we're talking about 1700s.
21.
So I was right, thank you. Can I get a point for that?
You're lucky still to be having a chair, frankly. The average age for women was 25 to 26 to get married. Men were 30. So, and then that was actually older than in the 1970s.
Even all those men coming out of that tent on the right with the hats. Tiny people marrying. Ding, 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 ding.
I didn't know you sang theme tunes.
It's a show called Tiny People Marrying that I did. I'll watch it on YouTube. I'll find it for you.
That's interesting.
Thank
in
you.
Pride and Prejudice, what's the name of the vicar? Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins. So Mr. Collins, it's always played as like this 45-year-old man, but he was actually about 28.
In the actual book.
In the actual book, yeah, but we have warped this sense that they're all much older.
I mean, I think we get a lot of it from royal marriages. So this picture is Richard II and Anne of Bohemia, so they were 15 and 16, respectively. For the average person, they were much older. Even in medieval times, women didn't marry till their early to mid-20s.
But also with the royal marriages, they would be married, but then they would be...
Well, sometimes they got married at birth.
Yeah, exactly. Then they weren't, like, put in a flat together with some toasters and a kettle.
Today, the average age for women in the UK to get married?
62.
30?
29.
It's 31 and men are 33. But apparently the best age to pair off is 26.
That's interesting.
So there's a Princeton professor called Tom Griffiths, and he has proposed that this is the best age because you are 37% through completing a task within a set time frame. And at this point, you have reached the perfect point in which to decide.
It's probably the worst marriage proposal.
It is, yeah. What they're suggesting is if you choose too early, you're going to miss out on better options later on. If you choose too late, better options will already be off the table.
Oh, really?
There's similar maths choosing the best toilet at a music festival. To maximise the chances of getting a clean one, apparently the same maths works, because you don't want to waste time looking at them all. If there's a row of 100, you should check the first 37, OK? And decide which is the cleanest of those, and as soon as you find a cleaner one than that, use that one. So you still have to look at 38, 39, 40 toilets.
I've got a system with festival toilets.
Have you?
So you stand and you wait, and you look at... As people come out, if they can look you in the eye, that toilet's fine. But if they look at you and they kind of, with a kind of fear, don't go in that toilet.
I'm the same with planes. When you see the pilot come in, if they can look you in the eye...
Choosing a partner is a lot like choosing a portaloo. You might end up wishing you'd just done it in the woods. All right, final question. What activity causes carpal tunnel syndrome?
Masturbation.
Well, I should hope it's not masturbation, because my grandma had it and she didn't seem the sort.
It's an RSI thing, right? Isn't it quite common with typing and that sort of thing?
Who knows knows what carpal tunnel is?
It's where the tendons get inflamed.
Yeah,
on
so
your
it's the
wrist.
canal
Yeah.
that connects the arm and the hand, it's in
Yeah.
the wrist, and various tendons pass through it.
Yeah.
And what happens is when one of these swells up, it compresses on the nerves that are inside this channel, and it leads to pain, numbness, and tingling. And
It's really painful.
It's unbelievably painful. You won't get it pretty much from typing or from playing video games or any of those things. Those cause problems like tendinitis.
Yeah.
It's idiopathic. So idiopathic means we don't know. It is an unknown cause, the swelling.
Oh, yeah, I'm still wrong twice.
And that's been our pleasure. But the chances of getting it are increased with obesity, pregnancy, smoking, arthritis, diabetes, any of those things. The only work-related activity that we absolutely know it is related to is the long-term and repeated use of vibrating hand tools.
So in a way, Alan was right.
In 2018, Kim Kardashian, she revealed that the doctor had warned her to stop taking selfies because she had injured her wrist from doing so many. So when she was filming an advert, she recruited one of her production assistants to take her selfies for her. Now, this is a marvellous concept, to have somebody, you're so rich, that you have your own selfie taker. So I have decided we need a selfie elf. So, Anna, if you're going to come on, please, and be our selfie elf. Yep, thank you very much. Oh. So I've got to stick now. So if you could all come in for the selfie. No, it'll just...
I reckon this is going to be more popular than the Ellen DeGeneres.
Yeah, I got this. But you can't be in it, darling. No, because you're the selfie elf. I'm not having you in it. No. It's not a thing. So, are you in? Are you in? If you're taking selfies or playing computer games, you won't get carpal tunnel syndrome, but you should probably get out more. Which leads us to the scores in first place with... Oh, no, it's supposed to be on here. Where is the thing? Oh, there it is. In first place with 2 points, it's Holly! In second place with 1 point, it's Carrie-Ann! In third place with -5, Josh! And in last place with -27, it's Alan! Thanks to Carrie-Ann, Josh, Holly and Alan. And I leave you with this quintessentially QI quote from quondam quipper Oscar Levant. What the world needs is more geniuses with humility. There are so few of us left. Good night. Good evening. Welcome to QI, where tonight we'll be quarrelling with each other all night long. Here to query everything I say are quick to criticise Jason Manford. Constantly quibbling Aisling B. Quashing all opposition Anuvab Pal. And, oh, will you be quiet, Alan Davis. We've got some particularly pugnacious buzzers. Jason goes... Oh, that's horrible, isn't it? Oh. Aisling goes...
Sounds like my... Pre-watershed. So sorry. So sorry.
Anuvab goes...
I was hoping the attention wouldn't come to me after that.
And Alan goes...
Oh, yes, it is!
Wow. The audience are so pleased with themselves, they can't carry on.
Alarming.
What happens when you quarrel with the bellower?
Quarrel's one of those things that only English people say.
Why would you not say it? What's wrong?
It's not a word I would use. No, like, it sounds like something like a teacher would say if you'd had a proper fist fight with another kid at school, and then when they got your mum and dad, they were like, I'm afraid Jason and Jamie have had a quarrel. Like,
Sandy, I'm new to London, and I'm beginning to realise that when someone has a dispute or a quarrel, the English language works at 2 levels.
Yes.
I realised in Britain, when someone says to me, Anuvab, I have a slight issue.
Ah.
Yeah. It means I've killed their whole family.
Yeah. That is entirely true. OK, so the Bellower is the nickname of an actor called James Quinn. He was the leading actor in London in the first half of the 18th century.
What has he come as now?
Well, that apparently is him giving his Coriolanus.
Is it really?
Yeah. I think it's more anus than Coriolanus. He was unbelievably quarrelsome, and he actually killed 2 people in duels and wounded multiple others. He had one of the loudest voices in show business. He also did excessive gesticulation, and he left extremely long pauses. These were all the hallmarks of a great actor at that time. So would-be actors were schooled in 3 different pauses. There was moderate, longer, and grand. And because you're all natural performers, I thought we would see how you would fare on stage in Quinn's era. So we're going to act out what's written on the script cards that you've got on the desk. So Jason and Anubab, a bit of quarrelling, please, from Titus Andronicus. Very loud, very big gestures,
Yes.
pausing.
OK, here we go. Villain, what hast thou done?
That, sir, which thou canst not undo.
Thou hast undone our mother.
You do know after that. That's very good.
I was taken aback for
Yes, no.
Do a
Grand
pause.
pause. Do a grand pause.
Villain, I have done thy mother.
That was an early your mum joke from Shakespeare there.
I like that.
He invented the word quarrelsome, actually. It's, in fact, the only word he coined beginning with Q. It comes up in As You Like It and in The Taming of the Shrew. Right, Alan and Aisling, I've got an EastEnders-style script for you. I'm actually going to take a small part in this myself.
Oh.
I know. So, you know, big gestures, big pausing. Here we go.
OK.
Oh, Aisling. I'm having some real barney rubble with me old trouble and strife. She found a pair of your Anna Wickers in my Lucy locket.
Oh, Alan. You absolute donor. You need to be more careful.
Now, what's this all about?
Stay out of this!
You cow!
You shoot.
See this cow? You're not my mum.
Actually... she is.
See that making a comeback as a style. So Quinn killed 2 people. The first man he killed was an actor who mispronounced Cato as keto on stage.
I'm like that with Pacific and specific.
Oh, yeah.
I just take them out long range.
So Quinn mocked him in front of the audience, and the guy decided to challenge him to a duel, and in fact he was killed.
He mocked somebody?
Yes.
What did the other bloke look like?
He only got done for manslaughter, and that was it. He just went back to work, frankly. He was a notorious womanizer. There's a marvellous story. He once invited a married woman to his boudoir, and then he realised he'd forgotten his key, so he thought, oh, no, I'll take her to a brothel. And anyway, awkwardly, her husband happened to be there. And the husband walked in on them, you know, in flagrante, and in the ensuing fight, Quinn stabbed him in the leg.
One of the funny things that used to happen in British India during the Empire was there would be a lot of duels among Englishmen for petty things.
Oh, right.
They'd fall in love with someone locally, or it would be over wine or whatever, which was very confusing for the locals because they expected the guns to be pointed at them.
But they're pointing at each other.
Yeah, and I came across some notes between 2 governor-generals who were fighting. And one of the big issues was back then they couldn't get the logistics right. So they said, I'll see you on Thursday He's like, Thursday, sir, I'm taking my daughter for a walk.
I'm going to kill you Thursday. Can't do Thursday.
We've got 5 aside Thursday.
So one set of letters. They went on for 5 years, but they couldn't fix a meeting.
I love that. Quinn's big rival at the time was David Garrick, great famous actor.
Oh, David Garrick.
First actor, in fact, to move towards acting rather than shouting.
Where's my glove? Where's my glove? Props!
But they were friends, and Garrick eventually wrote the epitaph that is on Quinn's tomb in Bath Abbey.
That's the Garrick Theatre named after him.
Yeah. I mentioned that James Quinn was handy in a duel, but now let's see how you fare. So for this question, please start with your hands on your heads. We have changed your buzzers so they all make the same sound. Which of you is the quickest at pressing your buzzer? Go, 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 go. Oh, oh! Well, we know who was slowest. I'm just going to check with VAR.
Oh, yes.
Get the replay there. Let's just have a quick look. Yeah. OK. And the answer is... Jason. Jason, you were the winner.
There we go.
So, very good, but how would a Victorian have done it differently?
A Victorian?
Yes. It's whether you think the Victorians would have been quicker. Would they have beaten Jason?
No, I think slower.
Why, darling? Just because it's a long time ago?
Partly, and there was less things to, like, move out of the way of quickly.
You agreeing, Annabelle?
Yes. I mean, in that, a technology like a light bulb would need a bunch of chemical reactions and stuff to happen.
OK.
So would they, like, pull on something and a bunch of stuff would happen and a part of the house would explode?
No, no. OK,
You're thinking of Wallace and Gromit.
Yeah. So here's the thing. We would think maybe that we would be quicker today, but really the Victorians had quicker reactions than we do today. What? So in the 1880s and 90s, there was a statistician called Francis Galton. He tested thousands of people to see how quickly they could react to lights and sound. And we have consistently got slower. So on average, about 10% over the past century. And we don't really know why. So possibly modern pollutants have had an effect on our brains. That is a possibility. Possibly... This one I don't like at all. It's because we're taller, is one of the reasons given. So our nerve impulses have got further to travel in our bodies, and so they take longer to get to their destinations. But it does seem to be that the Victorians were a bit faster than us. And do you think boys or girls are faster?
Say good.
I'm going to say
Be careful, Jake.
Nice try, Sandy. Girls.
It's usually boys. But what they've discovered in the past 40 years or so is that the gap has decreased.
Boys are getting increasingly jumpy.
Yes. It may be because women are now doing day-to-day things like driving, which they didn't do before.
That's what the boys are getting out the way of.
Left-handed or right-handed people quicker?
Left-handed people are the devil, so I would say right-handed people, Sandy.
I'm left-handed, so I'm going to say right.
It's left-handed people. You did win.
Of course, I should have used my own experiment.
Yes.
Damn it.
It's probably because most right-handed people are very, very right-handed. In other words, most left-handed people, so yourself included, are more mixed. The two brain hemispheres of the left-handers tend to be more balanced and split their work more equally.
It's one of the lesser disabilities. Look, I don't want everything, just the blue parking badge. That's all I want. That's all I want.
Left-handed parking base. The right-handed people coming out carrying their phones to the left. No, I'm left-handed.
Just stand there in the supermarket. In the supermarket, throwing apples. You caught it with your right hand. You're in the wrong spot.
The first scientist to measure reaction time in laboratory conditions was a Dutch ophthalmologist called Franciscus Donders in 1869. He found that we'd take 0.1 seconds to physically respond to a sudden noise. So why might that matter that we know that?
Alarms?
No, it's racing, sprinting races. So if you move in less than 0.1 seconds after the gun has gone off, it's a false start, because you could possibly have reacted that fast.
Oh.
Actually, Donders made another contribution to our lives. There's a gap between the back of the tongue and the hard palate, and it is known as the space of Donders.
Where was it?
Between the back of the tongue and the hard palate.
Right, okay.
Trying to find it now.
I don't.
It's hard to find. It's really more of a space.
There's nothing there, Stanley.
No.
There's nothing
There's
there at all.
nothing there, no, darling, that is correct.
I don't want to really know how he ended up finding that.
Now that I know that, I feel like I have someone else's real estate in my mouth.
I know.
You're
It's a
telling me?
sign to let.
Another bloody weekend, that's what I call that.
Quickest reaction time of any animal is the condylostylus fly, or the long-legged fly. This is an extraordinary creature. You find it mostly in the USA. It takes just 2 milliseconds for this fly to respond to a stimulus. So, say you try to take a picture of it and the flash went off, it would have gone before the picture was actually taken.
How did they get this one?
I'm afraid he's dead, Jason. Its reflexes are about 100 times faster than the fastest human reaction times.
Wow.
I know.
Look at its funny, hairy legs. Imagine if you just had 4 massive hairs on your leg. So when you shaved your legs, you had to kind of saw it a bit with a breath.
You must come over. Now, nothing is more likely to cause a quarrel than a badly ordered queue. So my question is, what's the best way to board a plane? The people are in the lounge and you want to board them onto the plane. What's the most efficient way of doing that?
Minimise hand baggage, all those wankers who can't be bothered to check their bags and come on like mules, like pack mules, fill up all the overhead lockers with their very important shit. And sit down farting all the way to Malaga. Sorry, what was the question?
There's lots of bitterness in this, isn't there?
I had a moment on a flight last week, actually, when I was flying from Aberdeen to Shetland. And I was with my tour manager, who's also a big chap, and we sit next to each other because we're pals. And there was hardly anyone else on the flight. It was only a small plane. And the stewardess came over and she said, Mr. Manford, Mr. Isaac, she said, would you mind separated and sitting on either side of the plane?
Oh, no. Weight distribution.
Weight distribution?
You're as heavy as a wing.
What, so he's going to land like this if it's...
Well, that's what you should have done. We will at the start.
Yeah.
But during the flight, we're going to set you a series of challenges. Zigzagging about the plane.
First time in the history of the world where turbulence is a person.
Yeah.
That's how I'm going to think of you now, as turbulent.
That's me.
By the back row, then the next row, then the next row.
That is the most
like
common...
that.
Yeah, that is the most common way of doing it. It is also the least efficient.
Or in the middle and then fan it out towards the back and the front.
Take the top off the plane and have them all swarming over the top like that.
So there's an astrophysicist called Dr. Jason Steffen. He made a computer model and then he teamed up with a TV producer to get people to act out boarding planes in various different arrangements. So he compared boarding from the front, from the back, at random, and what he called Wilma boarding, which is window, middle, and then aisle. Nice. Block boarding, by far the slowest. That's the way the airlines currently do it. So they say this group of seats and then the next group of seats. The absolute best way to do it is board first the even-numbered window seats, followed by the odd-numbered window seats, then repeat with the middle seats, and then repeat with the aisle seats. It's rather complicated. And so he actually recommends just board at random. That would still be much faster than what we currently do.
You don't want too random, do you? You don't want to be on, like, 16 rows back and the pilot's there.
I was boarding recently, and this lady announced, we are boarding everyone not in Zone F. And then she said, and also not in Zone A, B, C, D, E. Then she paused and said, we're just not boarding.
I think there's 2 types of passengers. They're the ones who think that if anything happened to the pilot, they could probably be all right if they took over and got talked in.
Yeah, that's me.
And there's the other ones who would think there's no way they could do that.
I sort of fancy myself being able to fly a plane, you're right. I think I could bloody give it a go.
But don't you think that when you've watched a load of ER, for example, that you think I totally could do that heart surgery?
I sort of feel like I'd be naturally good in emergencies. Like, I can't speak Spanish now, but I feel like if there was an emergency, I probably could give it a go.
Yeah. What kind of emergency suddenly requires Spanish?
I feel like there's a Spanish girl, Sandy. She's come in. She's choking. No one else in the hospital speaks Spanish.
Right.
Something's wrong with her.
Yeah.
She can mime, but we're not getting it.
No.
They haven't trained like me in the dramatic art of mime. Of course. And so she's all like, Madrid, Venezuela. And I'm like, don't worry. Penicillin. Penicillin. And then it'll just be like that for...
That poor child is dying, and you're the last thing she sees. Here's a randy-scandy fact. There's another queuing study from the fine country of Denmark. Economists concluded the very best method of serving a queue is to serve the last person first. So, when you have a first-in, first-out system, it encourages people to queue. If the last person got served, nobody would start to stand in the queue because there'd be no point in it. Queues just cause backlog, and so it's much better to serve the last person first.
The way different people queue, you know, around the world can lead to problems. I had a friend of mine recently in Manchester went to use a cash machine. When he got there to the cash machine, there was a man already using the machine, and 6 foot behind the man, there was a woman sort of waiting her turn. So he says, are you in the queue for the cash machine? And she says, I'm Nigerian, and my religious beliefs are that because I don't know this man and we're not related, this is the distance that I feel safe and respectful, you know, to what I believe in. So because Steve's a very thoughtful person, he then stands 6 foot away from her, you know. It's like a 12-foot, 3-person queue out of nowhere. Then the man moved, and the woman moved to the machine to do her money business. Steve then stayed the 6 foot behind.
Perfectly nice.
And he was in his sort of little daydream, and another man come over and said, are you in the queue for the cash machine? And Steve went to explain, but not loaded with all the information, said, I am, yeah, but I'm standing here because she's Nigerian. It's a minefield. Even when you're trying to be nice.
So, anyway, why might you put a mirror next to a lift? Any thoughts about this? We're talking about waiting.
Next to a lift or in a lift?
No, next to it. It's to do with you looking at yourself. People dislike waiting in line, but they do like looking at themselves. People don't complain if the lift takes a long time to arrive, if they can constantly see themselves. I love this picture, though, so we had an experiment to see if we could recreate this with all of you. So let's have a look. Are we able to do that? There. What do you think? I know!
Oh, it's top of the pops from the 70s.
I love it.
It's like a giant centipede.
That's brilliant.
That's really good fun.
Wow! Can we do like the swimming thing where we go...
That's great.
This is
brilliant.
beginning to look like a Bollywood movie.
Just keeps going after you finish.
Do you know what I did there? I actually tried to catch myself. Oh, you had me.
It's like synchronised swimming on your own.
Brilliant.
Very good. Our queuing advice is to really rile people up by ignoring the instructions at an airport and standing on the left of an underground escalator. That's really upset you.
No. That's the
that's
only thing I care about after Brexit.
Yeah.
Well, that's only down here that's a problem.
That is London.
It's only London. It's not even a... It's not even questioned anywhere else. Stand wherever you want.
You stand wherever you want?
Yeah, it's not a thing. Whatever you want. It's just a thing down here.
Stand on the right.
Not in anywhere else.
Fucking stand on the right.
Right. Who's famous for generating about 25,000 quarrels a year?
Piers Morgan. You don't have to say it.
Who's
Donald
that?
Trump.
What? Donald Trump, yes.
Oh. You got another one?
Yeah, Katie Hopkins.
You're doing well. That's the 3.
Yeah.
What might a quarrel be? It's a thing rather than it's a dispute?
It's like a vase of some sort. Is it a...
Why do you think it's a vase? That's a lovely idea. Why do you think that?
I have no idea what...
Is it a hat?
No, so...
So it's not a vase and it's not a hat. You haven't left us with much, Sandy.
We are going to go back in time. So between the 10th and the 15th century, what was the principal weapon of war, do you suppose?
Stink bombs.
Plague. The plague, no, the crossbow. And the bolt for a crossbow is called a quarrel. Oh. And there was a man called John Malamont, and he was England's chief quarrel maker in the 13th century. He made up to 100 a day, so he made about 25,000 quarrels per year. And the earliest crossbows, I mean, this is a sort of an image of one of the earliest ones. They were really, really difficult to operate because it was so tight to pull it back. So you had to get on your back, use the strength of both legs, your back and your arms, in order to pull the mechanism backwards. Then eventually they invented something called the crossbow stirrup, which meant you could put your foot in the thing and then pull backwards.
I mean, that looks like it can backfire pretty badly. That feels like before the adverts on You've Been Framed. Like, Harry Hill's like, what's going to happen after the break?
Can I ask you, Sandy, weren't there female crossbow people who used to chop off their
well,
backs?
you're thinking of bows and arrows, and you're thinking of the Amazons who allegedly cut off their left breast in order to make it easier. Actually, you'd have to... It depends on which... Yeah. You'd cut off your right breast so that the...
Oh, you'd be annoyed if you cut off the wrong breast.
Yes, I know.
Oh, joking.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. I was looking in the mirror.
It must have been really odd for them when cannons and bullets came about.
This is the thing. What happened was guns superseded crossbows in warfare, so you're talking about the 16th century, and eventually crossbows became reserved just for recreational use.
I bet when guns come out, there were some pretty annoyed, one-titted women knocking about. Chopped off my tit for this.
In the end, it just became a sort of an entertainment thing. There'd be a procession, would be led by a paddle master. He was like sort of, you know, the ringmaster of the thing. But he would punish anybody who shot extremely badly by spanking them with his paddle.
Oh.
So a crossbow is essentially a horizontal and more refined version of the bow and arrow, which brings us to another cue, quivers. Where did Robin Hood keep his quiver?
On his back. Thinking the quiver, the thing you keep your arrows in?
It is the thing you keep your arrows in, but if Robin Hood existed, he would never, ever have pulled arrows from his back.
But you didn't realise there's a photograph of him on the screen.
I'm going to go with that Kevin Costner. When he played Robin Hood, he went from Dover to Nottingham via Hadrian's Wall, so he's probably not the best person to ask anything. The quiver, so it is the sack that you keep the arrows in, but it was stored on the belt. The only people that we know for sure wore it on their backs were Native Americans. There's one odd exception to this. There's a single archer in the Bayeux Tapestry who has the quiver on the back. There you can see top left there.
Oh, yeah. So here we are. We're saying that you don't have the quiver on the back, apart from 50 million Native Americans and people at the Battle of Hastings. Otherwise, there's no evidence.
Except, darling, if you took this as the correct thing, all of those people have got their arrows on the wrong side of the bow, so it would immediately fall off. So I'm going to suggest to you the person doing the sewing was not worried about technical detail.
Yeah. So, Sandy, do you think this photograph was staged?
Yeah, just stand still. OK, I'm nearly there. I've nearly got you. Now, what causes quarrels in the Batcave?
Oh.
Oh, is it his parking when he comes back in after a fight? Maybe that. Maybe.
I used to love that show.
It was great.
Oh, it was wonderful. I didn't realise till quite late in my childhood that it was a spoof. Absolutely seriously.
I didn't know until now it was a spoof. Was it a spoof?
Well, they were playing for laughs.
So I'm not talking about...
Oh, are you talking about actual bats?
Actual bats.
Oh, you've
yes.
fooled us with the photograph.
All right.
Is it hanging space? Not enough hanging space? Someone putting the light on in the middle of the night?
Maybe you're right, Alan, because it is almost exactly the stuff that we all fight about. So researchers recently translated the calls and squeals of bats. They played them to a computer with a machine learning algorithm, and they figured out the patterns in the noises and worked out what the sounds made. And mostly, bats are complaining, OK? So most bat squeaks fell into 4 categories: arguing about who should get what food, arguing about who should sleep where. The females, what were they complaining
cold.
about?
They're cold. No. The men are too hot.
Unwanted male advances is what the females were arguing about. And bats of either sex arguing because they think another bat is sitting too close to them.
If you could improve one of your senses really, really a lot and maybe lose a bit on the others, what would you have?
I'd lose a bit of hearing.
Hearing?
You'd lose what?
I'd lose a little...
I'm thinking bats, right? They can't see anything, but they can hear everything, which is probably what they're complaining about. I think sight. I'd like sight.
Yeah. Like, I'm getting laser eye surgery in a couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah?
Well, my eyes are fine, but I'd love if they had lasers in them.
The other fascinating thing about bats is they have multiple different dialects, and they learn them from their mothers and from their peers. They use different tones of voice when they're speaking to different members of their group, and it's one of the only animals to do this. I mean, humans do it, and dolphins do it, and monkeys, but it's very, very rare. And they can actually single out a single bat in the cave to communicate with. And bearing in mind, in some caves, there are 20 million bats. And when they're annoyed, what do? They raise their voices. So, what the bat signal is really saying is, get away from me and don't touch my food. This next question is so controversial that Brazil and France almost went to war over it. How do lobsters get about? Yes, sir.
Oyster card. I know, right?
What can I do? So what do you reckon? How do they get about? Yeah.
By black crab.
What do you reckon?
Do they just walk?
So it depends which side you're on. Brazil and France, they very nearly went to war over this. 1961, and the question was, do lobsters crawl or do they swim? So Brazilian law stated that all sea creatures that walked within certain distances of their seashore were exclusively theirs, but anything swimming was fair game. So the French came along, they found a nice spot to catch lobsters, and Brazil claimed that the lobsters were crawling along the coastal shelf, so they belonged to Brazil. France said they were swimming, and therefore belonged to the fishermen who were catching them. In actual fact, lobsters mostly walk, but they do swim occasionally. There was a Brazilian Navy oceanography expert. He argued that if lobsters can be considered fish when they swim, so could a kangaroo considered to be a bird when it hops. Very irritating. Anyway, tensions escalated.
Wow.
Brazil sent an aircraft carrier. France sent a warship. I mean, there's
The Brazilians, they're coming here, giving it all out.
You've all got lobsters, if you want to take them out. You've all got lobsters. Did you know that lobsters are left and right clawed in the same proportion that we're left and right-handed?
Yeah, I did know that.
So if you look at that one in the picture, it's clearly left clawed, and 10% of lobsters are dominant on the left claw, exactly the same proportions.
So some of them are left-handed and some of them are right-handed?
Yeah, well, it's 10%, exactly the same as...
But they use a right claw when they want to make it feel like it's someone else.
There's a long history of sea life causing international conflict. There's the turbot war, Canada and Spain, the crab war, North and South Korea, the oyster war, mackerel and cod wars, the prawn war, the squid war, the scallop conflict. Here's my favourite, the sprat spat. Latvia and Russia. Look at them all. They're a fantastic list of wars.
God, what a terrible way to get your medals. Like, no one would really respect you if you're like, yeah, no, I was in the scallop conflict of 1970. I've never really gotten over it, you know.
And showing off as well, like the crustacean sitting around saying, my grandfather fought in the first prawn war.
Right, lobsters away. How do you get a Dane fired up?
You tell them the end of the crime thriller series?
Yes, who did it? There's a lot of dead people in Copenhagen, aren't there?
Yeah.
Vikings settling quarrels, how might they do it?
Well, it's not with a quiet chat,
No.
is it?
So the fired up part is really important.
Do they make their weapons hot?
It's called skin pulling. There's a Nordic spin on tug of war. What you do is you get an animal hide, so walrus, seal or ox or something, and you use it as a rope, and the complainants pull at either end until one is yanked over. Here is the Scandi twist. Right. The whole thing happens over a fire. So whoever loses is dragged into the fire.
I think we used to do that, the Scouts.
So one of the sagas, there's a king, Yngvi, and he instructs the two opponents, Hastigi and Hjord, to a skin-pulling contest. And Hastigi gets naked, but he thinks that's going to give him some advantage, but he's eventually pulled into the fire, and the king regrets the whole thing. I mean, it's a horrible way of settling a war, isn't it?
Yeah.
The one I like is from 18th century Arabia. There was a Scottish traveller called James Bruce, so 1730 to 1794, and he reported on a town called Yanbu, so present-day Saudi Arabia. And the locals had been fighting for days, wasting the town's ammunition or firing at each other. And in the end, to agree on how to end the conflict, they all agreed that everything that had happened that was bad was the work of one camel. So they seized the camel, they put it on trial, and they spent the whole afternoon shouting at it and then speared it and killed it, and that was the end. Yeah, justice was done. And now it's time for the hostile interrogation that we call general ignorance. Fingers on buzzers, please. What's the most dangerous part of this ship? Yes.
The buffet.
So you can see it. You can see it in this picture.
The lifeboat.
It is the lifeboats. You're absolutely right.
They're the most dangerous bit.
Yeah. So there was a safety study carried out by the Marine Accident Investigation Branch in 2001, and lifeboats killed more people than they saved in the UK and Australia over a 10-year period. In fact, they found it was the most common cause of death on board ship. It accounts for 16% of all lives lost. Almost all of the accidents happened during training or maintenance. And in the same time period, no lifeboat was actually used in an evacuation, so they didn't save any lives whatsoever. It is considered a really serious problem. Aeroplanes have a similar issue with their apparently life-saving devices. In fact, we can try them out now. We're about to crash land on water. Fortunately, your life jacket is under your seat, and since we know you always pay attention in the safety demonstrations, here we go. Brace, brace, brace. Find your... Go, go. Find your life jacket. Find your life jacket.
Toggle.
Toggle, toggle. Stick it on, stick it on. Inflate it. Bring it out. Very good. As far as we can ascertain, life jackets have never saved anybody's life on a modern commercial airline.
I feel like I overreacted then, if I'm honest.
So you're going to take them off, so if you just take them... Can you get them off? No.
No!
That's what they said, huh?
Oh, my God. Do you remember when that plane crash landed on the Hudson?
I do, yeah.
Oh, when Tom Hanks was in the plane.
Yes. Only 33 of the 150 passengers who were on board had even managed to get hold of their life vests. And of those 33 who'd managed to find them, only 4 were wearing them correctly. They're only intended for planned water landings. In other words, when there's been advanced warning. And that hasn't happened for several decades.
Well, I often wonder that when I'm flying Heathrow to Edinburgh, they give it all that. I think, well, it'll have to be a good shot, mate. Where are you going to... right into Windermere.
There's a woman called Cynthia McLean. She's the Federal Aviation Authority's principal cabin safety investigator. She says the best advice is leave the bloody life vest behind. It takes too long. And actually, the best thing you can do if you land on the water is get off the plane. So they could save an enormous amount of weight, airlines, if they just removed the almost useless life jackets. You save about 1 million gallons of fuel every year, but they don't do it. Why don't they do it?
Psychological comfort.
Yeah, we get psychological comfort from knowing there's a life
Why
jacket.
do they replace them with parachutes? I've never understood that.
But if people can't put a life jacket on properly, who the heck is going to manage?
Why can't the plane be equipped with 2 enormous parachutes?
Yes.
So when it's going down, they just release the 2 enormous parachutes and it floats to the
Yeah, like
ground.
Wile E. Coyote.
When you jump off a plane, you're strapped to another human being, right? When you're, like...
I mean, when you do sky jumping?
Sky jumping, yeah.
Oh,
It'd be quite good if every seat there was already someone sitting, you were strapped into them, and then in the event of an emergency, you jump with them.
No, I do not want to spend any flight, no matter how short, strapped to somebody else.
I do.
Right, moving on. Where did the Great Fire of London start? Ooh.
Go on, then. You think you know. Go on.
Let the audience get it.
Go on, then.
Put it away, yes! It's not nice, is it? It's not nice. Makes you feel stupid, doesn't it?
at the monument?
So, well, closer to the monument than we thought. So it did start at a bakery. It was a baker called Thomas Fariner, and he left his fuel out too close to the oven. But they've now discovered planning documents from 1673. It was an academic called Dorian Gerhold, and he revealed that the oven was actually situated on Monument Street. So it's about 60 feet east of Pudding Lane. And, of course, Monument Street wasn't called that then because...
There was no monument.
There was no monument.
Yes.
So the monument was built in 1677. Now, the thing about the monument is it's 202 feet tall because it was supposed to be 202 feet from where the fire started, but it's probably now too tall because it probably started much closer to the monument. What happened was there were lots of printers in the area and stationers and booksellers and so on, and they wanted to save all their paper, and they rushed to the vaults of St Paul's because they thought the thick walls would keep it safe. In fact, this vast amount of paper just became kindling, helped the fire spread, it destroyed the cathedral. Apparently, it was a gruesome sight. The collapse of St Paul's exposed corpses of people who'd been buried for hundreds of years. And the fire smouldered for 6 months. God. Destroyed 13,200 houses and 87 churches. And if you imagine the time, London, the most densely populated urban settlement in the world, how many people do you think died?
It's really low. It's about 5 or something.
So it was mentioned on QI on the D series that everybody thought it was very low, that maybe it was 5 or 6 people. They now question this. It's almost certain that it was hundreds of people who perished. The real problem is the deaths of the poor and even the middle class. Nobody's that bothered, so it goes probably unreported.
How many people were living in London at the time? Was it, like, a big place?
About 500,000 people living in London at the time.
Oh, OK.
But some people so burnt that you wouldn't know even that there was a body there.
Yeah.
And also, for 3 weeks after the fire started, the Bills of Mortality, which was the record of London deaths, went unpublished because the press itself getting burnt down. Right, moving on. The Great Fire of London didn't start on Pudding Lane, it started just next door. How should you position your hands when holding the steering wheel?
10 to 2.
Not anymore. Why not? We're no longer recommended.
Well, it's definitely not that.
Something has changed in cars since the origins of the 10 to 2 idea. What has changed in the actual development of cars? No, not seatbelts. Is what? Airbags is absolutely right. So if your hands are too close together, which is the 10 and the 2, it increases the risk of injury, and some of the injuries are horrific. Airbags inflate at up to 250 miles per hour.
Jesus.
Broken hands, entire hands, sometimes requiring amputations. There is a really stomach-churning injury called degloving.
What?
Yeah, very good.
So lifeboats, airbags, like, what, the paramedics just come round and slit your throat? Like, what's going on?
The best thing is like that, 9 and 3, because that way the airbag has got space to come up between your hands, keeps you out of the way.
I just steer with my cop. Just loop it round once.
Yeah.
The British driving test changed in 2018. What did they get rid of?
Oh, that's good. I failed my theory test 3 times last year.
Have you passed now?
No, she hasn't. I do believe I'm just too much of a genius to grasp something so simple. That's my theory.
I failed the practical 6 times.
What did they pull you up on?
I got to a junction, I looked right, I said, all right, your side.
I failed my test because when I was meant to go forwards, I went back.
They got rid of the turn in the road manoeuvre. That's gone, and that reversing around the corner has gone as well.
Yeah,
now...
good, that was hard.
Is that because that's creepy?
I also think parallel parking should do one. Because that's why we're so fat, because we keep trying to park closest to the place we need to be. But if you actually just find the nearest, like, easy parking space, sometimes you're 2 miles away.
Yeah. There's a wonderful survey they did in 2015 of the most common reasons people fail their tests. Unusual reasons for failing included, I thought a line of parked cars was a line of traffic, so waited behind it. I went too far forward at a zebra crossing and bumped the bumper on a pedestrian. And then argued it wasn't my fault as his outfit had made him blend in with the stripes. A good-looking man on a motorbike caught my attention, and without realising, I started to drive directly towards him. The instructor had to enforce an emergency stop because I nearly crashed straight into him.
Driving instructors, just as a type of people, are quite mean. I was getting my driving test, I sat down, he looked at me and he said, I don't think you're going to make it.
Wow. Wow, at least he wasn't a doctor. What's the definition of a species?
Type of a living thing.
A class of animal?
Well, here's the thing. There is no universal definition of a species.
Type of a living thing it is, then.
There's certainly at least 32 different definitions. So one of the things that people learn, if there are two different species, they can't produce viable offspring. So, for example, mules, which are horse-donkey hybrids, horses have 64 chromosomes, donkeys have 62, so mules end up with 63, which is an odd number, can't divide evenly into sperm and eggs, and so it's sterile. But it is not the case with different species combinations. So bonobos and chimps successfully interbreed. And zoologists estimate 88% of all fish species could happily interbreed. Quite a few fish species, like the swordtails in Mexico, are the result of two different fish species.
What about human and chimp? Asking for a friend.
Many different species can successfully breed with one another, although it is admittedly very hard to make a whale have sex with an oak tree. And with that questionable image in your minds, it's time for the scores. Well and truly quashed in last place with minus 37. It's Alan. In fourth place with minus 25, Jason. In third place with minus 17, Aisling. Second place with minus 9's the audience. And our winner today with a full 4 points, Anuvan. Which only leaves me to thank Anuvab, Aisling, Jason and Alan, and I leave you with this quick quotation from the quarrelsome Elizabeth Gaskell. I'll not listen to reason. Reason always means what someone else has got to say. And de-oiling snakes in a show all about quackery. Joining me on Queasy Street are the miraculous and rejuvenating Claudia Winkleman. Guaranteed to take years off your life, it's Victoria Corin Mitchell. Good for anything that ails you, it's Stephen K. Amos. Alan Davis. And their buzzers don't sound well at all. Claudia goes...
Achoo!
Wow. Victoria goes...
Oh! Literally dying.
Stephen goes...
My dad's car.
And Alan goes... Anybody else feel the need for a mop? I've given you all some quack medicines. I would like you to persuade me to buy them. So we're going to start with Stephen. Oh. What is your quack medicine?
It's a jar of Princess Lotus Blossom's Vital Spark.
Marvellous. And what do you suppose it does?
The lotus blossoms, of course, one of the most famous flowering flowers.
I love a flowering flower.
From Japan.
Yes.
Obviously, it gives you vital sparks, energy.
Right.
Basically, a modern-day superhero supplement.
Right.
Yeah, there is a wave of superhero films at the moment. We should all embrace those.
Right.
One of the biggest ones for me last year was, of course, Black Panther. The Black Panther gets his superpowers by consuming a special herb.
OK.
You want to just go the whole hog and just call him Ganja Man.
These were actually sold at the World Fair in 1904 by somebody pretending to be Princess Lotus Blossom, and she was trying to give men a vital spark. What might be the idea behind the pill that men might want?
Like a prompt to action.
Yes, exactly that. She was actually a woman called Violet McNeil. She was from the Midwest, and she had nothing to do with being a princess, but she claimed to be Chinese. And does anybody know why she could claim to be Chinese and nobody would know? She's put on a bit of what they used to call yellow face. I know. That's what it was called. It was called yellow face. It was because the Americans had banned all Chinese people in 1882, so people didn't know what a Chinese person looked like.
They just banned them?
They just banned them. The Chinese Exclusion Act. It's a pretty clear name for an act, isn't it? We just got rid of them.
On what grounds?
Well, that there were too many of them working, and what they wanted to do was to have jobs for you know, Americans who were not Chinese. And so they got rid of them. In fact, they got rid of them until 1943, when they allowed in 105.
That's extraordinary. So
Yeah.
they didn't know she was Chinese?
No, so they didn't know she wasn't Chinese. She was this woman from the Midwest.
Hell, that's Violet. She ain't Chinese. That's Violet. Violet, what are you doing?
They're basically boiled sweets, but she told everybody that this was something that had come from a pouch in the turtle brain called the Quickie.
Violet, where'd you get them pills?
There it is, the Quickie. And she would say, a man who takes these pills will shout out, Pongwuki, which is, she claimed, Chinese for eureka.
So these from that era, if I take a couple, will the desk rise?
You might just come through it like that. Tunneling thing, you know, in Thunderbirds.
I suddenly really want them to work. Right, let's try another one. Alan, you've got some medicine. What have you got?
Oh, well, it's Dr. Brinkley's Formula 1020.
And what do you think's in it?
I think something drawn from an animal of some sort, of bodily fluid. And then you add it to your own self. Cheaply priced. And almost odourless. I'm describing myself there.
It was a distillation of goat glands.
Oh, for God's sake.
What? Yeah. Well, it wasn't, actually. It was just coloured water.
The temptation to fire it at the audience is almost...
I'm glad I was looking at you. I would have thought it was Stephen. He promoted this as a distillation that would cure anything from emphysema to flatulence. What? Which is quite a range, isn't it, of diseases.
So I was quite close. Cure anything, a cure-all.
Yes, but he also looked part goat, I think.
Yes, goatee.
Yes, exactly. And goats were a big thing for him because after the coloured water, he thought something more significant is needed. And he started transplanting goats' testicles into men's scrotums.
I said, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You can't put a goat's testicle into a man's scrotum.
Well, as they discovered.
And God knows I've tried. But there's no...
He was the goat gland doctor, and you would select your goat, and the goat would then be castrated and the testicles inserted into the patient's scrotum.
But no, that didn't happen.
No, it did happen, and lots of people did it without checking whether he was medically qualified to do this.
Were these people, were they maybe impotent and concerned whether they could or could not have kids?
Aha!
Baby goats.
Yeah. It's better when you explain it. He went to something called Eclectical Medical College in Kansas, but he didn't actually graduate. And anyway, the college was one of homeopathy. But he became unbelievably famous as the goat gland doctor. He started his own radio station in Kansas. He became so popular that he paid for the town that he lived in to have a second post office to receive all the letters that he got. He did kill hundreds of people. And in the end, in 1939, he sued the American Medical Association. Somebody had dared to say he was a fraud, and he sued them for libel. And then when he gave evidence, it was quite clear that he was a fraud, and he was stripped of his licence. He died in poverty. Don't feel bad for him. Big fan of Hitler. Yeah. Had a swimming pool decorated with miniature swastikas. You know, they
Wow.
Yeah, so...
Wouldn't they castrate and sheep and goats?
Yeah.
Then the testicles just drop off and shrivel up in the sack, don't they?
Actually, that's not true, because I have held a pair of ram's testicles. And...
Ram's testicles?
Yeah, they weren't attached to the ram at the time. I was making a series about the dictionary, and we were investigating the origins of the word codswallop.
Yep.
Because nobody quite knows where it comes from, and one theory was that it's related to cods, which is slang for testicles, and... you know, television being what it is, apparently I had to explain this on camera while holding a pair of ram's testicles.
So, as in cod piece?
Yeah, cods, knackers, it's a sort of common slang.
No.
Yes, and we went to a butcher's shop.
This is good!
And, no, but they're enormous.
Describe like that.
I mean...
Can I just say this is not the direction I thought this was going to go? So here's the thing, lots and lots of cures for virility, and I'm just going to pass this on as a piece of general knowledge. If you put Viagra in a vase of flowers, the flowers will stay erect for a week longer than normal. Right, Claudia, your medicine,
Yes?
what are you going to sell to us? Let's come away, shall we, from virility.
Oh, this is excellent. Theodore Roosevelt's baldness salve.
Ah.
Yeah. It might not be your hair, it's just an area of your body where you want some more hair. Forearms, legs, hot, cool. Check me out.
Yeah.
You use this.
Right.
I use this. Yeah, before this, I didn't have hair and down. Yeah.
Well, it was sold by something called the Skolder Institute, and it was sold as something that had been used by both Roosevelt and Houdini. As it happens, both of them had recently died just before this product came out, so they couldn't say whether it was true or not. You sent samples of your hair through the post for an individual diagnosis by Professor Skolder, and he got his diagnosis from a Dominican friar. It was rather a complicated process, but a guy called Arthur J. Cramp, who was a rather tenacious member of the American Medical Association, he sent in hairs from a fox fur coat, from a Japanese wolf dog, then a woman with extremely long, lustrous hair, and finally a piece of wrapping twine. And each time he got the same response, which was that the hair was severely undernourished and needed Dr. Skolder's cure. It's actually just Vaseline.
Yeah, but good.
Good.
But I think I did. I mean, we all want some, right?
Yes, you've sold that to us.
People have asked me whether I have experienced hair loss due to the fact that I'm wearing what is called a do-rag. I thought I'd wear it tonight to bring attention to the great British public that that is what this is.
OK.
It's not a hat, it's not a hairnet, it's a do-rag. I get confused. People at the airport, immigration, excuse me, sir, can you take off your bonnet? And I get quite defensive. I say it's actually a do-rag.
It is a hat.
Yeah.
I mean, not to get too existential, but...
Please do.
What is a hat?
And where do we draw the line? A plastic bag?
If you put it on your head, it's a hat.
Right, Victoria, a cure, please.
Yes, OK, I have...
Oh, Tupperware.
Do Nothing Mitchell's Rest Cure. My guess is going to be that it's just fresh air in some...
Well, it used to be known as Dr. Diet and Dr. Quiet. And actually, this guy, that's him there holding a clinic, Dr. Silas Mitchell. He's not really a quack, but sometimes good doctors come up with kind of quacky ideas.
Look at the do-rags on them three.
Said no one ever.
But what era is that?
Turn of the 20th century.
Because until the turn of the 20th century, I think the distinction between doctors and quacks was quite moot.
Oh, yeah, but this guy was... he's the father of neurology. But he also came up with this idea, women in particular, that it was incredibly good for them to lie down, do absolutely nothing for 6 weeks, and they were not allowed to do anything except be spoon-fed, maybe get up and go to the loo. They had to drink pint after pint of milk, and they were banned from reading and writing. So Virginia Woolf did the cure. Her doctor described it when she'd had a nervous breakdown. She writes about it in Mrs. Dalloway. Charlotte Gilman wrote The Yellow Wallpaper, which is a book about a woman going mad because of this rest cure, but it was particularly given to women, and it was thought that this would cure them of... I don't know, the hysterical idea that they wanted to work.
Or read a book.
Or read a book.
Think of all the laundry that's mounted up after 6 weeks.
But he was also a good doctor. He coined the term phantom limb syndrome. He, in fact, was the first reported case of something called Mitchell's disease.
We've all been there.
Where we get the word quack from?
Ducks.
Extra point for Alan there. I think that's marvellous.
Something's going to go off.
It's quack salve. It's somebody just bragging about their ointment. There's a fantastic golden age in the United States of quackery. It's pretty much post-Andrew Jackson. He was the 7th president, and he generally believed that the common man knew more than experts. So he was the Michael Gove of his day, if you like. All but 3 states repealed all their laws regarding medicine, so people were free to just go and sell whatever they like in medicine shows. I mean, Europe had them as well. We had what we called mountebanks, who used to go and sell medicines, literally climbing up onto a bench. It's Italian for mounting a bench. Right, this next question makes me all of a quiver. Why might you invest in a vibratory chair? Oh! Perfect noise for it.
Because you're furnishing your vibratory?
Oh! I want a vibratory.
It's a new room in Sexy Cluedo. Go there, you get beaten to death by an Art Deco vibrator.
It's a good place to go if you're mixing something in a bowl.
Well, there is an entire museum in the United States called the Museum of Questionable Medical Devices. It's in a science museum in Minnesota. It was called the Battle Creek Vibratory Chair. It's from 1900. There it is there. It shook the patient violently to help waste pass through the intestines. It also cured headaches, apparently. It was installed in John Harvey Kellogg's sanatorium in Battle Creek. Kellogg, famous for?
Cornflakes.
Cornflakes, absolutely. He was an odd fellow. He believed that all sex was bad. I
All sex?
All sex, yeah. He was married for a long time, but it said it was never consummated.
He produced huge quantities of semen.
Oh, look at that now. I just shook this in my chair.
Joking aside, vibrators were used as medical equipment.
Yes.
I think in the 20s, to temper the hysteria of women when they go getting ideas, you calm them down with a vibrator. And, you know, some doctors, I think, had queues around the block. But that's again, the border, isn't it, between quackery and medicine, because it's sort of a nonsense in a way, and yet...
Well worth doing the research.
I'm not sure that isn't an urban myth. You think it is true, though?
Yes, I've been to a vibrator museum.
Where is there a vibrator museum?
In Holland. I mean, genuinely, a woman would go and see the doctor, and the doctor would perform the exercise for her. And, you know, nobody ever came out feeling worse.
You feeling better yet?
There's also, in this museum of questionable medical devices, there's a 1970s foot-operated breast-enlarging pump. It looks completely... There it is. Yeah.
Oh, is that so you can be discreet under the desk?
Do you mean to pump milk out?
No. The idea was it would make your breasts larger if you pumped at them. I think one of the most horrible ads I've ever seen for a dubious medical device is for Dr. Scott's electric hairbrush, sold in the 1890s. Look at this. Dr. Scott's electric hairbrush will not save an Indian's scalp from his enemies, but it will preserve yours from dandruff, baldness, falling hair. What I like is at the very bottom it just says, valuable book, free. It came with a compass. And the compass... Yes, if you passed it over the brush, it jumped, and it's supposed to show that the brush was properly working. I mean, obviously, it just showed it had magnetised iron in it. And then there was a guy who was I think he was the kind of dean of gadget quacks, Albert Abrams. He invented lots of things, but one of the things he invented was the dynamizer. And he claimed he could diagnose any known disease with a single drop of a patient's blood, or their handwriting, or do it over the phone. A blood sample was sent to him by a member of the American Medical Association and got back a diagnosis that the patient had malaria, diabetes, cancer and syphilis. In fact, the blood had come from a rooster. Now to a different kind of quack. What am I saying here?
Oh, adorable. I mean, it's time for tea. Get all your mallard friends. I've laid out the area.
But do not bring bread.
Yes, no, bread is very bad for ducks. That's a very good point. But you mentioned mallards. Most ducks don't quack. But it is predominantly female mallards who make this particular noise. And why do you think they make it?
Is it a duck rape alarm? Because a famous... Consent is not big in the duck world.
No, not at all. They're nasty to each other sometimes. Yeah.
Yes, and I think the mating thing is pretty horrible. Hashtag quack quack.
They mate for life and they're in love. I believe that. I saw it on a Valentine's card.
No, that's swans.
Yeah. Yes, the sex act is a forced one for ducks.
Yeah, and they chase them down, and then they keep their face out the water by holding their neck up with a beak.
Very unpleasant.
And then they impose themselves upon the female. In the middle of Hampstead Heath.
It's not right. So the females give these bouts of loud, monotonous quacks, particularly during their pre-laying period. Why might they do that?
But is it because they're fertile?
It is because they're fertile, but it isn't what you might think, which is that they're looking for a mate, because they quite often will do it when the mate is right there. Weirdly, we now think it's because they're drawing the attention of any predatory mammals who might be in the area. So what they want to do is, if the predators come, they think, not going to stay here and nest, it's not safe. And so they're actually trying to attract the very thing that might have a go at them.
Gosh, that's clever, isn't
it? It's clever,
yes,
isn't it?
Yes, like leaving your car doors unlocked if you go to look round a house.
Yeah, exactly that, yeah.
Exactly.
OK, I haven't thought of doing that, but that's very clever. The other possibility, of course, is that there's already a pair of ducks there and they're sending out a message saying, we've moved in, don't any other ducks come, because this is our place, so go away. But now, let's all have a go. You've all got a duck caller. There is a human sport of duck calling, so trying to get the waterfowl to come in order to be shot, and the best duck callers take part in a World Championship duck calling contest, which is in Arkansas in every Thanksgiving.
Well, why don't we all go?
I don't know.
Why aren't we there?
I know. Let's see if we're good enough. One woman has ever won. Rather pleasingly, she won in 1955 and 56. She was called Pat Peacock. Brilliant. The very first person who won didn't have a duck caller at all, just made the sound with their own throat. Victorian children used to make their bird callers by cutting the larynx from a recently dead goose. Yeah, and blowing through it.
Oh, thank God television was invented.
I know.
Look at what they used to do if a child had no legs. To muck in.
Yeah. Anyway, in 1850, there was a 12-year-old who accidentally swallowed his goose's larynx that he was blowing through, and he started honking like a goose every time he breathed. And there was a German doctor who eventually performed a tracheotomy on him, and there's a medical paper entitled "On the Removal of a Larynx of a Goose from That of a Child." Mallards quack to check for predators and avoid becoming a sitting duck. But what would you have to do to find yourself imprisoned in Reading for 2 years?
Oh, a sort of BA in town planning or something like that.
I've actually done shows in Reading, and for a laugh, I would just go, "Good evening, it's great to be here in Reading." And I heard this woman say, "Oh, he's trying to say Reading." Well, you know you're here for a comedy show. I thought I was going to be imprisoned because I couldn't pronounce Reading correctly.
I was on a bus not very long ago, and I was going past a pub, and there was a sign outside. I thought it said reading versus, and I couldn't read the bottom bit because there was somebody standing in the way, and I thought, reading versus...
Colouring in.
Colouring in, or
singing.
Yes. Anyway, it turned out to be football, and it was Reading versus... Who would Reading play, darling?
Another team.
Pretty much the amount of interest I paid to it. Yeah. So come on, what would you have to do?
Oscar Wilde, Reading Jail.
It is not connected to Oscar Wilde. There's a special quarantine centre there.
Is there?
In Reading.
Nits.
Yeah. No. There is the International Cocoa Quarantine Centre.
Stop.
In Reading, part of the University of Reading. There are lots of terrible diseases that chocolate can get. Frosty pod, witch's broom.
I knew they did silly courses in Reading, I knew.
Well, these are really serious, Alan, because they can destroy up to 40% of the crop every year. And so when cocoa plants are transported from one country to another, it's very important to make sure that the diseases are not moved with them. And so chocolate plants will spend 2 years in Reading being claimed...
Relaxing.
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 Being cloned,
Hanging out.
tested, hanging out.
Yeah.
If they're healthy after 2 years, then they can go on to their destination. But otherwise, they are kept in quarantine. But do you know why it's in Britain?
Is there some kind of per capita thing where we're the biggest chocolate consumers?
No, it's really simple. The weather's so bad that the diseases wouldn't possibly survive outside.
It's one of the major perks of living here.
Yeah, absolutely. OK, why might you quarantine 5 million people?
Wales.
5 million people, largest quarantine in history. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to tell you 1918.
Was it the flu?
Yes, flu epidemic. The whole of Australia was quarantined in 1918. The flu epidemic, pandemic, started in the USA and in Europe, and the Australian government decided to quarantine the entire country. All ships were intercepted, all forced to moor offshore and see if any symptoms developed. The flu did eventually get through, but it wasn't anywhere near as bad as it could have been. I mean, still very bad. 40% of the country got flu, 15,000 people died. However, if you put that against the rest of the world, 50 to 100 million people died of the flu, and there were 500 million cases. And tragically, the celebrations at the end of the First World War helped to spread it, because people who'd been keeping in their houses suddenly came out to celebrate, and then the flu was passed from one person to another. Anybody know why it was called the Spanish flu? It started in the United States and probably in France as well. It's one of those weird things where the censors didn't want anybody to write about the fact that there was a flu epidemic because they thought it would cause panic. But you could write about it being in Spain, because Spain was neutral and not part of the war. So we just blamed the Spanish. Not only not fighting, but now they've given us flu, the swines.
That's a really good fact.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I like that.
Here's the thing about Australia. They even quarantine rocks. Did you know this? I love this
Stop.
fact. Yeah, they're called sorry rocks.
Oh.
So, lumps of Uluru or Ayers rock is sometimes taken by tourists, and then they feel really guilty about it, and they post them back to the park rangers.
No.
Yeah, they get about one a day. The largest ever returned weighed 32 kilos. Somebody has taken a 32-kilo
But also, don't you find when you're on holiday you buy stuff that's inappropriate?
Yeah.
You go, oh, a Stetson. I'm going to live in a Stetson.
Yeah.
Because I'm in Texas. And then
Yeah.
you go home and you go, why?
Yeah. But the worry is that there's a small threat of pathogens being introduced through the rocks, and so they actually put the rocks in a neutral area. Would you like to meet Vomiting Larry?
No.
Yes. What? Have you got a thing about vomit?
I've just closed my eyes. You continue.
No, we're not actually going to show vomit. We're just going to talk about it a lot.
Oh, I thought somebody called Larry was just going to come.
It's going to be a volcano or some kind of weird beetle or something.
It's not a volcano. It is a humanoid simulated vomiting system developed by UK's Health and Safety Laboratory in Derbyshire by researcher Dr. Kat Mackison Booth. And there is Kat, and there is Vomiting Larry, right
Hello.
there.
Sorry.
Kat, I believe that Larry can vomit on command.
He can.
Why would you invent such a thing?
So we're looking at infection transmission, so we want to identify how far vomit spreads so that we can help clear it all back up again and prevent transmission of fluid. I kind of wish he was full there now so we could get Alan back for earlier.
Yes, shooting you with goat gland. Presumably, I'm going to guess it's further than we think the little pool of vomit.
Yeah, it'd kind of fill with all the droplets and splash most of this bit of the studio.
No.
Wow.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to see it, so when you come to clean up the main bulk, you'd stand in it, spread it everywhere.
So you're just carrying on, but even when you think you've cleaned it all up?
Yeah, yeah.
Why is he called Larry?
Because the head of the system's called Airway Larry. So it's for when medical students are practising laryngoscopies.
Yeah,
so I think
obviously.
that's where the Larry
I'm thinking about, do the medical students not provide enough vomit? I mean...
But they can't do it on command, so,
Yeah.
you know.
It needs to be 1, 2, 3, go.
Yeah.
Like that. OK, so now, we can't have Larry actually vomit, you'll be very pleased to know. However...
Come on, Lauren.
We do have a film of Larry. We're going to have the film without sound, but if any of you lovely people would like to join in and create the sounds that you imagine Larry might make, then help yourselves. Here.
Why, of course.
Yeah, let's have it.
You only had to ask one.
Here we go.
I'm dying. It's coming out of my arse as well. and you can't turn around quick enough because you know it's gonna. Oh no! Oh God! Flush me.
Yes, I'm so sorry, darling. The norovirus, presumably, one of the things that you've been looking at, is that right?
Yeah, that's the key thing we're looking at. So it's really infectious, can be infected with 10 viruses, and you can have kind of 1,000 million in a litre of fluid, so highly transmissible.
It's like the Ferrari of the virus world, isn't
Definitely.
it? This is actually the norovirus here, isn't it? I mean, it looks like candied popcorn, but it's actually the norovirus.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for bringing Larry in. Dr. Kat Mackerson-Booth. Here's the thing. They found the world's oldest vomit. They found it in Peterborough.
From the back of the Weatherspoon.
Yes. Can I guess how old it is? The oldest...
4,000 years.
A little bit older than that.
Is it a fossil?
It is a fossil, yeah.
Millions of
160
years.
million years, and it was this creature here, an ichthyosaur, so that's an ancient marine reptile. And this is where vomit becomes exciting. This is where it is actually scientifically very exciting.
Best sentence I've ever heard.
I know. We now know that ichthyosaurs behaved much as sperm whales do today. They would eat shellfish whole, and then they would vomit up the indigestible shells because that would otherwise rip their intestines. So we've learnt a huge amount just from that. It's a funny thing, vomit. There's an extraordinary story. Remember Ted Hughes, the poet? There's a story, there's a woman who met him, found him so physically attractive at a party that she had to leave and vomit.
No.
Is that one of his stories?
Yeah.
She was quite overcome by my attractiveness. She went up there and threw up. Ted, come here.
I had went to a really good party, and on my way home, I was on the tube, and it was on the, you know those old litter boxes, and I had one of those like, oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, and everything came out, but there was no bottom on the bin. Filled my shoes.
I love the things the scientists discover. Apparently, they only discover that flu can travel between different species after a ferret sneezed in a scientist's face. 1933. Now, here's another question to make you queasy. What happened when Michelangelo took his socks off?
Oh, don't say some of his foot came away.
Oh, no.
Apparently he didn't wash, but his skin used to come off if he took his clothes off. So this is thought to be a portrait of him by Raphael. It's a sort of having a go at him. Raphael was a kind of a young buck, and Michelangelo was quite old by then. And he has Michelangelo playing Heraclitus, sort of the weeping, grumpy philosopher, because Michelangelo was incredibly grumpy. But according to Michelangelo's biographer, he wore stockings of dog skin constantly for months together, so that when he took them off, the skin of the leg often came away with them. I know.
He was very busy.
I mean, he was incredibly busy.
How long did the Sistine ceiling take?
Well, it took years and years and years, and he wrote that he constantly had his beard to heaven. He used to talk about the brush is always above my face, my haunches are grinding into my gut, and my poor ass strains to work as a counterweight. Actually, there's a really fascinating thing about Michelangelo that they've fairly recently discovered, that you can probably tell a Michelangelo sculpture. So if you take something like the Rothschild bronzes, there are 3 ways, in fact, the experts now say you can find that it's a Michelangelo. The first thing is that the first and second toes are splayed in the figure. He always depicts the abdomen as not having a 6-pack, but an 8-pack. And he gives his sculptures unruly pubic hair. And the suggestion is that one of his favourite models must have had all of those attributes, the toes and the 8-pack and the unruly pubic hair.
I wouldn't say that's unruly.
Well, it's not had a comb, has it? I like that that's now what we're all looking at.
It was what we were all looking at anyway.
What, the milk tray man's let himself go.
Michelangelo used to get his marble from the Carrara quarries in Tuscany. He used to visit the quarry and pick the exact piece of marble that he wanted.
And David that was discarded. Nobody wanted...
That's absolutely right. In fact, you should have an extra point for that, because it had been discarded by two previous artists.
Yes.
Agostino de Duccio and Antonio Rossellino, they both had tried, and the trouble with it is that it's not actually very good marble. And one of the reasons why we know this, there was a guy who was smashed a bit of David's toe off, and they've now been able to analyse the splinters from that. It was a guy called Piero Canata. But you're absolutely right. The David is unfortunately made of not such good stuff. Now, Alan, why might I siphon 4 gallons of gas up your bottom?
How did you get a photograph of that, you swine?
We're talking about hydrogen.
Is it going to have an enema effect? Is it a colon cleanser?
It is a medical thing.
Is it flammable?
It is exactly flammable, and that's why it matters, yeah. This is not exactly...
Wow. Oh, like, you're actually going to do it?
Yeah. There was an American military surgeon who was called Nicholas Sen, and he came up with a system for checking whether you'd been shot in the guts. So one of the things they would do is they would pump hydrogen up your backside and then set fire to the gas as it escaped from the wound in your stomach. So we're talking about the late 19th century. It was a huge problem for surgeons to work out whether a wounded patient had their intestinal canal pierced by a bullet.
Can't you just put them underwater like an inner tube?
If you did the surgery and it wasn't necessary, it could kill somebody. So they needed to work it out. And so he came up with this system. It was called rectal insufflation of hydrogen gas. It's a bit like a plumber looking for a leak in a gas pipe. If it had gone in, it would escape through the hole. And he did try it.
If there was no hole, they would just explode.
Yes. Well, he did try it on several dogs first, to the point where their intestines ruptured. So, I know. But then he decided to try it on himself, and he had his assistant pump 6 litres of gas up his bottom. Can I just read this, because it's awful? He found that the escape of air or gas from the rectum was prevented by an assistant pressing the margins of the anus firmly above the rectal tube. Tried it on 2 patients, it never really caught on.
It's quite clear that the entire thing was devised because he fancied his assistant.
Also, sometimes I think with these stories about research, it's going to just get to the end of a long day. And I think, let's see what happens if you stick a load of hydrogen up your arm.
But there are lots of self-experimenters. There was a guy called Dr. Stubbins Firth, and he was fascinated by how yellow fever was transmitted. But, I mean, slightly bonkers. He wanted to prove it wasn't contagious. So he did things like he dribbled infected patients' vomit into a cut on himself. I know, he put it into his own eyes. He tried frying the vomit from a yellow fever patient and inhaling the fumes. And then he also sat in a vomit sauna. Who knew there was such a thing?
Wow.
It's another word for a night bus.
He didn't catch it, because you can only get it, of course, if it goes straight into the bloodstream, like by a mosquito, which wasn't discovered until 6 decades after he died. He died when he was 36. It doesn't say of what.
Take your pick.
Yeah. And in 2004, there was a biologist called David Pritchard. He allowed 50 hookworm larvae to burrow into his skin, and he wanted to see if the infestation could fight hay fever and asthma. So he applied a dressing. I know, it's horrible. A dressing with pin-size hookworm larvae. They're like sort of maggots on the surface of meat. And he said the itch when they cross through your skin is indescribable. But here is the thing. It worked. That for some reason, the worms somehow seem to switch off the immune system.
Oh, yeah, OK, so he didn't have hay fever, but he had worms inside his arm. That's not better. I had pins and needles. I shot my foot off, so that worked.
Some people go a little bit too far. I think that's enough from the annals of medical history. To that sick puppy that is general ignorance. So tell me, what's the technical name of the first patient in a disease outbreak?
Keith. Oh, the audience will know. What is it?
Patient 0.
See, you fell into that trap immediately. No, it's the index case or index patient. People do think that it's patient 0, and actually it's based on a mistake. So the very first time that was given was to a man called Gaetan Dugas, and he was a French-Canadian flight attendant who allegedly contracted HIV in Haiti, and he spread it, allegedly, to lots of men during his lifetime. And he wasn't referred to as patient 0, he was patient O, and the O stood for outside California. But people now think that it was patient 0. While we're on the origins of disease, can you name someone who had Lou Gehrig's disease?
Lou Gehrig.
No, it turns out he may not have had it.
He was a baseball player, wasn't he?
He was a New York Yankees baseball player. He died in 1941, and even though it's named after him, the chances are he didn't have it. It's most likely that he had some kind of brain trauma brought on by the long-term effects.
Very, very tight cap.
Of concussion. So Lou Gehrig's disease is actually motor neurons disease. It's also known as ALS. It's a specific disease which causes the death of neurons controlling voluntary muscles. It became famous actually with the Ice Bucket Challenge. Yeah. They raised £90 million in just 1 month with the Ice Bucket Challenge. Which is cleaner, the gents or the ladies? Yeah.
I mean, I haven't used that enough.
No.
We all agree.
Yeah, that's a very good noise, isn't it? So there was a study at the University of Arizona, and apparently ladies' loos are germier. Why might that be, do you think?
Because we chat in there for quite a long time.
We spend longer in there, but also we take children in.
Oh.
You know, crazy germ carriers.
How are those two floating through the doors?
That is slightly disturbing, isn't it? Women wash their hands a lot more than men. Men less likely to wash their hands at sporting venues. They had a study at Turner Field Baseball Stadium in Atlanta. Men wash their hands just 65% of the time when they're at a sporting venue. I don't know how this works. It says here the study involved researchers discreetly observing.
I would say it's considerably less than 65% of men.
Oh, would you say?
Wash their hands after they've had a wee at the Arsenal. I think there's about 5 of us who use those too. In fact, at the old Wembley Stadium, you go to wash your hands and then usually be about 6 blokes pissing in the sink.
Either of you ladies think that it's worth putting down toilet paper on the seat?
No.
No, why?
No, because you slide off, don't you?
I don't have the time.
Yeah.
Can't go... I'll be out in a minute to have fun with my friends. Don't worry, we'll see the fireworks another time.
Every time I've ever used a public loo, I've always stood there going, what are they doing in there?
That's that.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's
sort of
that.
crocheting their own seat.
No, but here's the good news. It's a complete waste of time. The toilet seat is designed to not keep bacteria on it, whereas toilet paper, unbelievably absorbent. The squatting?
Well, I'm more inclined to hover myself.
Yeah, so, hovering. Also a bad idea. Well, the pelvic floor muscles can't relax, and so your bladder doesn't fully empty.
It's also a waste of a superpower.
Apparently, the only way you can get really, really sick in a public lavatory is licking the toilet seat.
Oh.
I'm just saying, that's what they've discovered.
Warm in there.
It turns out that the gentlemen's labs are cleaner than the ladies', despite the smell. After you've been drawn, hanged and quartered, how many parts do you end up in?
Quartered would suggest, what is it?
Is it 4?
It is 5. Why is it 5?
So they put your head somewhere else?
Head, yeah, absolutely. So it's your head plus the 4 quarters of your body. What used to happen sometimes is that the various body parts could be spread all over the country. So William Wallace, after his execution, his 4 quarters were sent to Newcastle, Berwick, Perth and Stirling, but his head remained on London Bridge. And there used to be a thing called the Keeper of the Heads. So about 300 years, the London Bridge Gatehouse was home to the Keeper of the Heads, and his job was to display the traitors' heads to good effect, take down the old ones. You know, you're getting that, oh, that one's looking a bit tired, take that one down.
A bit maggoty.
But also, some of them are higher than others. If you had died as a rather senior nobleman, your head on a pole would go higher.
Quite right, that's quite right.
Yes, quite right, the junior one.
I hope you're going to put that at a very high...
Everybody worried about being quartered because then you couldn't have a Christian burial. So under the 1752 Murder Act and the 1832 Anatomy Act, it ruled that criminals could be sentenced to dissection as a punishment, because it meant that you could no longer go to God at the very end.
That's really recent, isn't it, for that? I mean, they're not far off finding penicillin, then.
No, I know. It's about the age of my house. Strange. All of which brings us to the cruel and unusual punishment of the scores. Coming in first with surgical precision. Oh, my goodness, with 8 points. It's Stephen!
Goodness. Thank you so much.
In second place, it's Alan. 7 actual points. And in third place with -5, Victoria. -6, it's Claudia. But Claudia is not last. In last place with -10, it's the audience. Which means I only have to thank Claudia, Stephen, Victoria and Alan, and I leave you with this quirky quotation from George Carlin. Isn't it a bit unnerving that doctors call what they do practice? Thank you and good night. To an episode of QI where I'll be asking quite interesting questions about questions and qualifications. I will be invigilating. The panel's phones have been confiscated, and joining me are the neatly underlined Nish Kumar. The slightly smudged Adi Adepitan. Asking for extra paper, it's Holly Walsh. No, you can't go to the bathroom. Alan Davis. And their buzzers are all asking the really big questions. Holly goes... Where have all the flowers gone? Yeah, it's a good question, right? Yeah. Addie goes... Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Nish goes... Is there life on Mars? Alan goes... What's new, pussycat? Oh, there's the school bell. There are 8 questions tonight, and you should attempt 3 of them. Please show you're working. You can turn your papers over and start now.
This is my worst nightmare.
Oh my God.
This is terrible.
Oh, God.
Does it make you actually feel
Yeah, I
slightly
feel
anxious?
physically sick. I am sweating.
I have anxiety dreams to this day that I haven't sat my A-levels. And I wake up and I'm like, oh, my God, thank God I'm 38. I'm 22. I still think about it.
These have been made up for us, and it says on the inside, this page has been left intentionally blank. And then it says here, this one was an accident. Anybody have a disastrous exam at all?
I remember once I had an exam. Well, we had this big questionnaire from our careers advisors, and I remember the first question on it said, in a perfect world, what would your job be? And the boy next to me wrote, war correspondent.
Wow.
In a perfect world.
There's quite a good list of equipment required on...
Oh, yes? What have you got?
Paper. Well, it says you need a Walther PPK with silencer.
Mine's got, for equipment required, disposable gloves and a schematic of Dungeness B power stations.
I've got a kilogram of self-raising flour and a map of Sheffield town centre.
Mine just says, bring your own booze.
Let me ask you a question that is not on paper. What is the hardest exam in the world?
Oh. I mean, I hope the answer's doctor.
No, this is actually, apparently, tougher than that.
Oh, isn't it a vet is harder than being a doctor? Because that's what vets always say. They're like, oh, doctors do it in 7.
Yeah.
We do it in 9 or
Yeah,
11.
with our hands up a cow's arse, yeah.
What are you diagnosing there?
I'm not a vet, darling, I have no idea, but...
You're blacking your way through the exam.
Yeah.
Stick it up there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sandy, I don't know why in your thing of you putting your hand up a cow's arse, you're also doing a banger move.
Inside the cow, reaching out. Is it to get a job at Apple or Google or one of those?
No, so it's to be in charge of something incredibly important and powerful.
The Hadron Collider or something like that?
I don't think the Hadron Collider is just things colliding a little bit, isn't it?
It's really simple.
Yeah, just stick to being a big thing. It's the test to become a commander of a Royal Navy submarine. Is thought to be the hardest exam in the world. It is, in fact, known as the Perisher. Officially, it's called the Commanding Officers Qualifying Course, but it's so tough that officers from other nations think it's the thing to take. The failure rate, it varies from year to year, but it's about 30 to 45%.
Wow.
And if you fail, you cannot serve on a sub in any capacity.
You can serve in Subway, though.
The elves have just told me that it's a myth about the 9 years for a vet training. It can be done in 4.
I don't believe that, because I've met a lot of vets, and they would...
Maybe they were just slow, darling. It could have been done in 4. Right. It took me 9 years. Wait a minute, that one's a cow, and that one's a horse.
When you're a doctor, you only have to know how one, like, organism works. But when you're a vet,
yes,
people come in with, like, oh, my stick insect's got eczema, and then someone else is like, this horse is going to explode!
It's gonna blow. It's ticking.
That's the ultimate Trojan horse.
Absolutely.
It's simple. You just stick your hand up its arse and give it one of these. That's me unscrewing the bomb.
I think animals are like cars. They all work the same way, really.
We've spent a fortune on my cat. I've spent over £1,000 in the last 2 years on my cat.
£1,000?
Trying to make it into a dog.
So, what's wrong with the bloody thing, apart from it's a cat?
They're hard to come by cats, aren't they, after all?
You know those bits of elastic that keep chicken legs together like that? It swallowed one of those and it went all through its system, tied up tied it all up.
That's why you need to go up.
Yeah,
and go
exactly.
Get it out.
Anyway, she died, so that's fine.
Oh my God.
Well, I wasn't going to pay £1,000. Come on.
So, submarines, they do 3 months of theoretical work. There are simulations and exercises at sea. They're kept sleep-deprived and stressed. They get them drunk and see how they operate with a hangover. And nevertheless, right on the very last day, you can fail. And if you do fail, you get called into the captain's cabin, you're given a glass of whiskey, and you're escorted to land, and you never serve on a submarine again.
At least you get a glass of whiskey.
Yeah. In America, you have to pass a 150-question exam to become a certified cheese professional. You need, I love this, 4,000 hours of working with cheese.
I've got that already. I just stand in front of the fridge and, like, eat it, because there's no calories if you take it straight out of the fridge.
Is that right? There's a reading list of at least 32 books that you have to read.
A cheese reading list?
Cheese reading list, yes.
Is that a sort of health and safety reading list?
It's about origins, manufacturing, pasteurising, all of the different elements.
I reckon after about 3,000 hours, you get cheese bored.
To get a master sommelier diploma, so in other words, to know everything there is to do with wine, you have to identify a wine by its grape, by its region, the year. And since 1940, only 200 people have passed the exam.
Don't they get their noses insured for, like, hundreds of thousands of pounds? It's all about having a good nose.
You can't smoke as well, because that kills all your taste buds and smell buds.
Who wants to have a glass of wine without a fag?
Booze and fag.
Oh, yeah, master sommelier, mate.
I mean, this is absolutely true. I have never done cocaine, and I told a friend of mine that, and he said, it's a real waste of that nose.
Right, moving on. Exam papers away, please.
Oh, phew.
Can you name the question in the least successful poll of all time?
Oh, should the United Kingdom be in the European Union? Take that, people on the internet who say I bring everything back to Brexit.
It is not that.
Not that.
Although it is to do with Europe, I can tell you that. So when's the last time there was a massive bust-up with Europe?
1939.
Yeah, so the Second World War.
That was a bust-up, wasn't it?
That was... it was a to-do.
It was.
Carry on.
It was a fracas.
We had a poll?
There was a wonderful and eccentric scientist called Geoffrey Pike, and he tried to avert World War II using an opinion poll.
We tried everything.
what he was interested in was having some kind of plebiscite, finding out what the public wanted. And Hitler had frequently relied on plebiscites to gauge opinions, and they were rather fashionable and plausible, and Pike thought that he could sway opinion. So in 1933, the Oxford Union had held a debate in which the student audience had declared they would not fight for king and country, and the press reported that Hitler had taken a very close interest in the result. In 1939, Pike sent 10 specially trained volunteers to Germany to question the populace, to work out how they felt, and then he was going to present Hitler with the detailed findings, and hopefully that he thought it would put Hitler off from going to war.
Well, that worked, didn't it?
Well, it's such a British idea, because he said he didn't want the men to openly say why they were doing it, so they all went disguised as golfers. And each one interviewed 10 Germans a day, asking whether Germany could win the war.
Dressed as golfers?
Dressed as golfers, yes. And then Pike wanted to meet them and find out what they were doing, and he thought it was too much to also go as a golfer, so he sneaked in...
He went as a sheep.
He went as a canary buff, complete with a caged canary. And he had code names. He used to write to his spies as Aunt Marjorie. And they did find the results that they were looking for. Most Germans didn't want to go to war. They were ambivalent about the Nazis, but sadly, it was a bit late. They went in August 1939, and of course, war broke out in the start of September. But don't you love that a man thought, I know what we'll do. We'll go disguised as golfers.
Just so random.
Yeah. Geoffrey Pike went to the polls to try and prevent Hitler going to the polls.
There's the war's not happening now, you know.
Why did Charles Darwin's son send questionnaires to lunatic asylums? So Charles Darwin's interest was...
Well, evolution. Maybe some was, I don't know, trying to set up a business in straitjackets and he was doing market research or something.
No, it's absolutely to do with the similar sort of things that Charles Darwin was interested in. So this is his son, George, who kept up all the research that Darwin had been doing. Darwin was particularly interested in breeding. He'd married his cousin. Does that help you?
And he was worried he might have mad children.
He was worried about madness. He was worried about interbreeding. There was a theory that cousin marriage might correlate with blindness and deafness and other medical conditions, and he lobbied to have a question in the census, asking people whether they had married their cousins. And this was refused.
But it's legal to marry your first... Please tell me it's legal.
Yes, darling.
Okay, fine.
It is entirely legal. So he was interested in interbreeding and cousin marriages, and his son, George, carried on with this, and he studied Burke's Landed Gentry and the Pall Mall Gazette and so on, and he sent questionnaires to various lunatic asylums to try and find out. And there was no unusual rates of inbreeding in asylums, but he did learn that the nobility are twice as likely to marry their cousins. As common as why might that be?
They're all trying to keep the titles and
keep
property
the
and
dosh.
stuff within... Yeah, keep the dosh within the family.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's estimated that if you marry your cousin and you have a child, it's sort of 4 to 7% of the children will have birth defects, but that's compared to 3 to 4% for children whose parents are not closely related, so it's not that much of a difference. The real problem comes when you have another generation, then there's lots and lots of interbreeding, and then you get genetic defects. So they weren't allowed to ask whether you'd married your cousin, but the idea of regular census also caused trouble. That was proposed in 1753. I love this. Parliament said no. It would molest and perplex every single family in the kingdom. There was a man called John Rickman, and he wrote an article suggesting that people should count the population, because some people said the population was expanding too fast and some people said it was declining, so they were talking about 1,800. And he wrote and said, I think the government should count the people, and he should never have done that, because he then had to run the census for the next 40 years. But there's some wonderful stuff in the census. In 1911, one man lists his lodger as Peter Tabby, who is Persian and employed as a mouser. And the census official, no sense of humour, crossed it out and written, this is a cat. And a weird number of people working in billiard halls in 1911. Why might that be?
Well, putting that down, but you suspect it's not their real
Yes,
occupation.
so there was a sport where the people wanted to claim that they were still amateurs, but they weren't really. They were working professionally, but it would spoil the game if they claimed. Do you know what it was?
Boxing?
No, it's football. Football. Yeah, so you would put yourself down as a person working in a billiard hall. And a huge number of slaves in the 1911 census, and those were, of course, suffragettes. And the brilliant Emily Wilding Davison, on the night of the census, you had to put where you had slept that night. She hid in a cupboard in Parliament so that she could put Houses of Parliament as her address. And Tony Benn eventually put a plaque up in the cupboard you can go and visit and see where she hid.
That would be an embarrassing one-night stand, wouldn't it?
What?
Hey, sorry about this. What's your address? I had to fill in the census and...
Some people are introverts, some are extroverts. What kind of vert are you?
I see myself as a very chilled-out person.
Right.
But, people who've come and watched me play basketball think that I'm absolutely bonkers and that I'm an extrovert because I hate the opposition, so I'll call them whatever and...
Really? Does it bring out an aggression in you?
Well, do you know what? I don't notice it. I suppose when I've got someone in a headlock, then maybe that's
fairly clear. Yeah. So if you had to pick introvert or extrovert, what would you pick?
I think I'm a bit of both, actually.
I think you would be right. I think, as far as we can tell, most people are, in fact, a bit of both. Do anybody know who came up with the idea of introverts and extroverts?
Oh, Mr. Vert.
Mr. Vert.
First name Per.
I really hope they use that as the still for radio.
Me and Alan were just perfect.
People will be like, I knew it. I knew they'd catch up with them one day.
It was Carl Jung, the great Swiss psychoanalyst.
Oh, what a
great
portrait!
glasses.
Yeah, good, isn't it? I don't know how he could see through them. That's weird. So it's about your motivation. So either you get your motivation from within yourself, and that makes you an introvert, or from your surroundings and your relationships, and that makes you an extrovert. But Jung himself said that introverts and extroverts are the minorities, and we're mostly ambiverts.
Ambivert?
Ambivert. You're an ambivert.
Yeah.
You can vert with both hands.
Nice.
But it's very bad news for something called the Myers-Briggs type indicator.
Oh, is that
that's insanity.
personality types?
It's a personality test. So it was invented by a woman called Catherine Briggs and then her daughter, Isabel Myers, and they worked on it together. They had no particular expertise in this area, and they developed it because Catherine Briggs met her future son-in-law, didn't think he fitted with the family, and wanted to find out why. So she developed this personality test and basically divides people into particular types of categories. So you get extroverts versus introverts, which we already know, not really a thing, and then sensing versus intuitive, thinking versus feeling, and judging versus perceiving. The thing about it is, it's really sort of nonsense, but it is used by HR departments around the world. 2 million people take this test every year in 26 different countries. In the USA alone, 200 federal agencies use it, and it really is ridiculous. It's a bit like the horoscope. You just can't divide the whole world up into 12 categories.
Oh, that's classic Libra, that is.
My dad was forced to take it at work. I don't know how he managed this, but I think he failed. The guy said I was basically a sociopath, and he told me, my mother and my brother, and we took, in his words, too long to respond.
The problem with it is it's too binary. It's an either-or thing that you have to use to determine personality. Ridiculous. It's also self-reporting, so if you think, for example, that you're an extrovert, that is pretty much the result that you're going to come out with. The real problem is that about half the people who take it a second time come out with a completely different result, so it clearly doesn't work. The one I think is most extraordinary is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory.
I used that when I was dating.
566 questions, was that how many you put?
Very choosy.
Yeah. Did you marry well in the end, darling?
Yeah, he's a psychopath, but yeah.
Oh, it was first written in 1943, and it's been updated a few times. But you basically just have to say true or false, OK? So I'm going to ask those of you who are able, please, will you stand up so that we can see whether you can pass my test here, please?
There's a couple of people here dressed as golfers.
OK. So, hands on your head for true, hands on your bottom for false. True or false? At times, I have a strong urge to do something harmful or shocking.
Oh, my God, I can't put my hands.
Wow. OK. True or false? I have never indulged in any unusual sex practices.
Unusual is a loose word.
Yeah, it is.
I mean... Yeah, I had a wank in a porta cabin once. Is that...
That was my dressing room, you bastard. These are genuine questions from this test. I would like to hunt lions in Africa. True or false? Hardly anybody. That's quite a few. True or false? I am fascinated by fire. Oh, wow! OK, and finally, true or false? I am a special agent of God. Thank you very much. Right, applaud yourselves. That was very good. Very well done. out genuine questions to try and decide whether or not somebody would be suitable for a job as a clerk. But the Americans still sort of do that, because when you go into America, you have to sign a thing that says, I'm not intending to commit moral turpitude.
Where's turpitude?
Yeah, I was going to say...
Which is naughtiness, but if you're going to do it, I'm going to guess you don't really care about ticking the box or not.
They still have the question of, are you planning on doing a terrorist attack?
I think they probably phrase it differently if...
Have I been getting a different immigration form? My one also said, do you plan to make a lot of curry? What is going on?
White people's is, how do you feel about quiche?
Now, for a bit of role play, 3 of you have got police hats under your desk. Paddy, I want you to play good cop. Holly, you play bad cop. Alan, you're going to be normal cop.
Yeah, it's good.
I don't
There we
have
go.
the voice to play a bad cop.
Go for it.
I can't, like, I can't swear with this voice. It doesn't, like, give me your fucking secrets. It just sounds delightful.
Nish has a secret. I want the 3 of you to find out what it is.
You look like a traffic warden.
Right.
It looks like someone from the Village People.
I think he's about to go to a hen night and strip.
Right, Nish is in the spotlight.
Oh, my
He's got
God.
a secret. Come on.
This is American immigration all over again.
Go on, you start.
I know you've got something going on, mate.
Wow. Leave it, you've gone too far.
Oh, we're a comedian, are we?
Actually, yes.
Now, be nice, be nice.
It's a lovely beard you have there, Nish.
Thanks very much, Addy. I've had it combed, and I also really love the fact that you've turned your policeman hat backwards and are wearing it like Samuel L. Jackson's Kangol.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hashtag time's up. We can't flirt at work anymore.
Wait, hang on. You're supposed to be the bad cop.
All right, Sunny Jim.
Sunny Jim.
I'm sorry about this, Mr. Kumar. It's an absolute nightmare.
It's like being interrogated by Dick Van Dyke in Mary Poppins.
Just tell us what the secret is and I'll call her off.
I haven't got a secret. I'm an upstanding member of society. I've not even taken cocaine, in spite of the size and volume of my nose.
Good cop?
Tell us your secret.
No, that's not good. Go to it, be like, listen, sir, I'm terribly sorry.
We switched round. Oh, we're switching round.
Yeah.
Tell us your secret, you... Sunny Jim!
Are you going to confess?
I will confess to farting in Sandy's dressing room.
Oh, my God. Nish farted in Sandy's...
Get him to sign it.
You have a right to remain silent but violent.
I'm really worried, Holly, you're getting into it now.
Shut your face!
So here's the thing about the good cop, bad cop thing. What we do know is it's a very, very good way, if you want to prize a confession out of somebody, it is not a good means of actually discovering the truth. So somebody will just confess, but it's not... Was it true?
So Nish wasn't telling the truth then?
No, darling, he's never been allowed in my dressing room. It's been tested by scientists, and they carried out all sorts of experiments to emotionally destabilise their subjects and then try to manipulate them. But it doesn't work. The thing that did work, which I think is really interesting, they did a test in America on people jaywalking across the road. So jaywalking in America is taken very seriously. They fine you quite heavily.
Jay-wheeling as well.
Jay-wheeling, exactly.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Shut it!
Yeah, all right. So whenever somebody was seen jaywalking, a researcher blew a loud whistle, so they thought the police were right behind them. And when they spun round, they saw it was a civilian. They then continued on their way. They were then interrupted by a charity mugger who asked for money without giving a single reason, and people who had felt frightened and then relieved were much more likely to simply hand over money for no reason whatsoever. People are much easier to manipulate when they've been through an upsetting experience. Anyway, good cop, bad cop is not much cop. Can you name the world's most dangerous snack?
I don't like Turkish delight.
Do you not? Why do you not like it?
I tried to flush it down the toilet once.
Yeah. Does it not flush? Does it bounce
not
back?
Flush.
Yeah.
It won't go down under any circumstances. It just keeps coming back. It's the single most buoyant confectionery on the market.
That's good to know. So we're heading back to Anglo-Saxon times. It's sort of trial by cheese on toast. So there was a thing called a korsned. It was a consecrated piece of bread and cheese, and it was used in a trial. The priest wrote the Lord's Prayer onto the bread, and...
You're not going to eat anything that's got the Lord's Prayer written.
Well, you were made to, because you're being accused of something, and so the idea is that you have to swallow the bread and cheese while another prayer is being read out over your head, and if you swallow the morsel without any difficulty, you get off. If you are guilty, it was believed that the cursed morsel would turn you pale, you would convulse and choke. And you could request this. You could say, I will take the trial of the cursed morsel, please. But the weird thing is that people did choke and die. And I wonder whether it is because they were so anxious that this, you know, it had this power.
Well, if you believed it, you would be.
Yeah. The alternative, which was used in trials of the clergy, was to swallow a piece of food with a feather in it, concealed, and it was considered you were guilty if you choked on that. I would imagine most people would choke.
An updated version of that is if you swallow the elastic band on a...
There's an amazing woman, a 19th century queen of Madagascar. She was known as Rana Valonva, but her full name is Rabodo Andrian Amponi Marina. Isn't that a fantastic name?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you put that as a password and it said weak, you'd be annoyed, wouldn't you?
Yeah. No numbers in it.
Yeah, but all the O's are zeros.
Yeah. She was possibly the most murderous woman in history, and she did one of these trials by ordeal. There's a highly poisonous nut called tangena, and she used to make suspected criminals swallow that, accompanied by 3 pieces of chicken skin, and then they'd be forced to vomit. And if they vomited up all 3 pieces of skin, the defendant was deemed innocent, and if not, they were hacked to death.
Why was she such a bitch?
Well, she reduced her population from 5 million to 2.5 million between 1833 and 1839. She killed half the population.
That's ridiculous.
Oh my God, that's full Thanos.
That's ridiculous.
So basically, she killed Christians and then people who got cross about it. In 1845, she repelled an Anglo-French invasion, and she had the heads of the invaders' corpses placed on poles and erected along the beach to bid farewell to the French and British ships as they retreated. She was really horrendous.
So you can go there on holiday now.
You can now. No, it's perfectly fine.
She doesn't feature in the animated cartoon. Never mentioned. And Rabodo Adrian Marina will be voiced by Scarlett Johansson.
2.5 million people in 6 years is unbelievable, isn't it?
That's like, you know, you find that out on the 3rd date and you're like, I don't think we're going to see each other anymore.
To get to the end of Take Me Out. And he goes, there's one thing you should know. One of these 2 ladies is the genocidal maniac.
Anyway, moving on. Why do English paintings have so many squirrels in them?
I've never noticed a squirrel, but
Well, we-
that one.
Are they sort of like symbols for nut hoarding?
Is it because they had amazing agents and they just managed to get them in all the big paintings?
Like the Kate Moss of
Yeah,
squirrels.
exactly.
Yeah. It's specifically 18th century paintings, and there's a possible reason. At the time, it was common to keep squirrels as pets. Apparently, they often walked around with their owners and they would have little chains and that kind of thing. But why would I ask you this question? Where do you think this question has come from?
Oh, is this one of the first questions in the citizenship test?
This is the one they should have asked instead of, do you want to be in or out of here?
Squexit means Squexit.
Well, before the internet, people used to go to the library to ask questions, and there's a wonderful list of questions that the New York Public Library has been asked since the 1940s. They keep a record of them. This is one of the questions. Why do 18th century English paintings have so many squirrels in them? And there was a follow-up question. How did they tame them so they wouldn't bite the painter? Which I quite like as a follow-up question.
I get asked random questions
Do you?
all the time. Are you you? I mean, what does that mean? Is this an existential question? Are you you?
It's better than didn't you used to be you?
Yeah. But then was one time when I answered, I think you mean, am I that guy off to you? And I said, yes. And then someone else then said, no, it's not him. And then I proceeded to have an argument about whether I was...
Someone did that to me once. They went, where do I know you from? I was on a train and she was going, where do I know you from? I know you from somewhere. Where do I know you from? And, like, it went on for ages. Yeah. Eventually, I was like, sometimes I do TV. You might have seen me on that. And she went, no, you're in my Pilates class. And I was in her Pilates class.
You were?
Yeah.
The question I get asked most common are you sure you're not Ramesh?
Bless.
Yeah, I get that one. I get...
What, are you sure you're not Ramesh?
No. Never had that one. Are you that geezer? Are you that geezer? And I say, yeah, I'm that geezer. And then they go, no, you ain't.
I like these other questions. Where can I rent a guillotine?
I don't want to buy one.
Yeah.
I don't want to borrow one. I'm prepared to pay a reasonable hire fee.
Yeah. Used once.
And sometimes the questioner could write back. This one is from 1967. The question, what is the natural enemy of a duck? The librarian, what do you mean? Reply, well, a whole flight of them landed in my pool and I have waved a broom at them, but all they do is look at me and quack. I thought I could introduce the natural enemy into the pool area.
Surely the natural enemy of the duck is some small pancakes and hoisin sauce.
No, it's a dog with a canoe.
The library continues this service. They receive about 30,000 calls a year, and they can even outfox the experts. They were asked, could you tell me the thickness of a US postage stamp with the glue on it? And the library replied, sorry, we couldn't tell you that quickly. Why don't you try the post office? And they got the reply, this is the post office. 1967, they got a call from a woman saying, when you meet a fellow and you know he's worth $27 million and you know his nationality, how do you find out his name? Now, what question was asked immediately after Waterloo?
That's a very bold position the commander's taken.
Also, I'd say, you know, wearing white trousers in a war zone.
He also appears to have taken his genitals off and left them at home. For fear of losing them in the height of battle. So they just finished the battle. What's the first question anybody asked?
Lunch?
It's a real problem with lots of battles, and it's what to call it. Nobody knew it was called Waterloo then. You want to decide what to call it. So the British wanted Waterloo. It's not where the battle took place, but where Wellington had been headquarters. The French wanted Mont-Saint-Jean, which is, of course, the ridge where Wellington drew up his forces. The Prussians preferred La Belle Alliance, which was the pub where Wellington and the Prussian commander Blucher met up near the end of the battle. And it was a real problem. People can't decide what battles ought to be called. Agincourt was originally called the Battle in Picardy. Battle of Bosworth did not get its name for 25 years. And sometimes it rather depends on what side you're on. So in the American Civil War, the first Battle of Bull Run and the first Battle of Manassas are exactly the same battle. It just depends which side.
Oh, right, OK.
But the weird thing is, in the wake of World War I, about 1,600 babies were named after battles or theatres of action. So you had children called things like Belgium and Calais. And then girls, in particular, named after battles. So you get things like Somalia, Verdunia, Dardanella. Richard Burton's brother was called Verdun, like about 900 other babies. And then after the war, of course, you get children called Peace and Armistice and so on.
That child on the left is possessed. That's the creepiest baby I've ever seen in my life.
You know who that is? That's Claudia and the other one from Strictly.
Just the other one, Tess.
As babies.
And now, to really test who's qualified for the job, we come to the question of general ignorance. Fingers on buzzers, please. What's the best thing for an exhausted bee? Is there life? Nish.
Honey?
Oh. Addy. What do you reckon, Addy?
Sugar water.
Speed.
So here's the thing, never give it honey. The RSPB say feeding a tired bee honey, it's really a short-term solution. It needs nectar.
Why are the RSPB wading in on this? That's not a bird. Keep their beaks out of it.
do all sorts of damage because, first of all, honey contains spores of bacteria, and it's perfectly possible the bee may pick those up and take them home and infect the entire hive. It needs nectar, is what it needs.
Who's got nectar? I mean, really?
They're called flowers. The thing is, darling, it either needs a rest, or it needs to be left alone so it will be encouraged to go and pollinate, or it could just be dying. In which case, the kindest thing is to sit with it and give encouragement, I think. Also, if you make the sugar too thick, you could block up the bee's proboscis. You could then stop it being able to get the nectar at all. I mean, there's nothing really good about giving any honey water or any sugary water whatsoever. Have more bee-friendly flowers in your garden is the best thing you can
But that's not something you can do there and then. I mean,
No, that's tricky. Just suddenly planting a buddleia just for the sake of it. Here's a few bee facts. Bees have furry tongues. They have long hairs to trap the nectar.
But what sort of bees make milk?
What sort of bees make milk?
Boobies.
Series to raise the toe.
Sorry.
Boobies.
It's one for the kids.
They've got furry tongues. They've also got furry eyes. That's quite weird, right?
Weird.
Yeah, so they have those big compound eyes. They've got hairs between them. They grow at the intersection of the lenses. What I particularly love about bees, they can really take their alcohol. OK, so scientists fed them pure ethanol, and they can drink the human equivalent of 10 litres of wine in a single sitting. Wow. Yeah, I know. Give it up for the bee.
Come on, we've all done that when we've been dumped.
The best thing you can do for a bee is stock your garden full of flowers. What do bears do in winter?
Shit in the woods. Well, obviously hibernate, right? Watch TV?
No, they're not true hibernators. So there are a few species that go into a deep sleep. It's called a torpor, but it's not hibernation. So a hibernating animal will not wake if there's a loud noise or if you touch it or you move it. But bears in torpor, they can wake really easily. And hibernating animals, their temperatures drop a tremendous deal, whereas the bears just decreases a little bit in torpor, much less dramatic. So the only British mammals which truly hibernate are things like hedgehogs and dormice.
Middle-aged men.
Middle-aged men, bats. So bears don't shit in the woods in the winter. Why? Why do they not do that?
Cold, innit?
Yeah, so what do they... That is true. So what do they do instead?
They pay you good money to just...
Banger it up.
Either they go or they don't go.
They don't go
keep
at all.
it in.
They keep it in.
So their first poo of the spring...
Good Lord.
Woo!
Oh, my God. It must be like that bit in Ghostbusters when all the ghosts escape out of the sea.
But there's a particular way they keep it in. Does anybody know what the particular way is that they keep it in?
Cross their legs.
OK, you are the closest. It is...
Really?
Yes.
A cork?
Yes, a cork.
I thought you said pork.
They use a small pig.
Imagine my confusion when he says pork and you go, you're very close.
They make a fecal plug. It's called a tap-in. It's sort of faeces dried out and hardened, and then they bung it up inside, and it stays that way for 6-7 months.
Oh! And then shoots out in a mass...
it is, let's say it's jettisoned in the usual way. Apparently it's not a terrible smell. The North American Bear Centre insists the odour is light and not unpleasant. Why do bears, when they're in torpor, suck their paws?
Because they're holding in 2 months' worth of... They're just like...
When they're bedding down, they sort of lick and suck them. Anybody know what the reason might be?
Is it for moisture?
Well, what they're trying to do is they have calloused foot pads, and they're just trying to get rid of them and encourage a fresh new foot.
So it's basically
pads.
a pedicure?
It is fundamentally a pedicure. And
We
they
wake up in the spring with very tender feet. Desperate for the loo.
Yeah.
all the pine needles.
Look, I'm just going to have to go where I am.
They just fire themselves out of or into the woods.
And the vet's
I'm
like,
back.
this bear is going to explode!
It's exactly like that. Anyway, moving on. Have a look at this sequence. It goes 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 31. What is wrong with the sequence?
Well, they're all doubling up, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then there's one...
So it should be
32.
what? It should be 32. So, I love this because it is a sort of philosophical thing. The fact is, we simply don't have enough information here in order to give a single, unique solution. So, it would be that if everything was doubled... Sorry, I got my stick out. So, if you have a quick look at this. So, the sequence is actually the number of regions in a circle and divided by the lines connecting a number of points. So, if you have a look here, here's the 1, and there's 1 point, so we have just 1 region. Here is the 2, so we have 2 points, and we have divided it into 2 regions. When you get 3 points like that, it divides into 4 regions. 4 points like this, 8 regions. 5, it becomes 16 regions, but when you have 6 points, there are 31 regions, and therefore, it is a completely correct sequence that it should go 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 31. So there are at least 2 valid answers. 32 just seems to us to be the more obvious one. But
That's because of the darts.
What?
32.
Is that in darts?
Yeah. In darts, it's very important, if you can, to try to get to a double 16.
OK.
Because if you miss it, your next dart is probably going to be on a double 8. And if you miss that, you'll be on a double 4.
Right.
But if you're on a double and another double, double 17, for example, and you miss it and you hit the 17, you're not now on a double. You've got to get another odd number, and then you can go on to a double.
How many
best
people...
if you can to work to 32.
Right.
Are there any darts players in who'll back me up?
Yeah.
3. The QI audience and the darts audience.
I went to the Ali Pali darts at Christmas.
Why?
I had the best night of my life. You have to go in fancy dress. Half the people there are British and the other half are Dutch, and no one speaks each other's language, but you're best friends with them by the end of the night.
Why? Sorry, why Dutch?
It's because it's flat. But let me know when you're going, I'll come.
And I won't.
That.
So we're really... Is it an Olympic sport, darts? Is it an Olympic...
No, should be, though.
Anyway, I really, really like that we just didn't know enough to say what comes next, so it's a nice QI philosophical point. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 31 is a perfectly sensible answer as long as you're asking the right question. If you hold your breath underwater, what is it that makes you want to come up for air?
I mean, the obvious thing is lack of oxygen.
To breathe.
That it's not lack of oxygen.
Too much carbon dioxide.
It is too much. It's the, yeah, exactly right. So, yes. It's our body sensing an excess of carbon dioxide, not a lack of oxygen. You can actually last more than twice as long as the CO2 reflex makes us think. So competitors of something called static apnea, this is an inexplicable thing you do, lying face down in the water and holding your breath. They learn to completely ignore this reflex and they force themselves to stay underwater until their oxygen has genuinely run out, rather than coming up when your internal CO2 sensors go off. So there's a guy called Branko Petrovic of Serbia. He currently holds the static apnea record. Imagine this. He's lying face down in the water. His record is 11 minutes and 54 seconds. Wow. I know, it doesn't sound like it's going to be possible.
Why would you do that?
It is a proper sport. So here's the thing. If you breathe pure oxygen, first, it forces CO2 out of your body, so you can last longer. I mean, some people consider it cheating, but it is a way of doing it. Alexei Segura of Spain holds the record 24 minutes and 3 seconds.
Holding his breath?
Can he breathe through his bumhole?
What if he's a bear?
No, certainly not if he's a bear. Stay in your seats, the bell doesn't dismiss you. I do. Let's take a look at the scores. In first place, graduating summa cum laude. Oh, my word, with minus 13. It's Holly. In second place, scraping through on a 2-2, frankly, with minus 14, Addy. In third place, with a fictional diploma from Trump University on minus 19, Alan. And in last place, with minus 27, barely qualified to wipe his own bottom, it's Nish. That's it for this edition of QI. Thanks to Addy, Holly, Nish and Alan. And I leave you with a quaint thought on qualifications from Rita Mae Brown. Education is a wonderful thing. If you couldn't sign your name, you'd have to pay cash. Good night. Good morrow, noble kinsfolk. I bid ye welcome to the fair realm of QI, where this day we sally forth upon a quest with our knights quadruple. All hail the valiant and mighty Sir Philip the Jupitus. The gallant and audacious Sir Alan Dakar. The puissant and fearless Lady Alice Levine. And a knight on the tiles, Alan Davis. But, hark, list ye to their nightly noises. Sir Philip the Jupitus goes... Sir Alan Dakar goes... Lady Alice Levine goes... And Alan goes... Right, draw your swords and prepare for combat.
I can't actually move with this.
It looks nice on you, weirdly.
Could be weirdly.
I'm sorry.
Halfway through the show, he's going to go, I feel drained.
Phil looks like he's got a wind machine on him.
No,
I saw a Labrador with its head out the car window.
Oh,
looking
You can take them off, darling.
Well, how do they wear glasses in the olden days?
They hadn't invented glasses in the olden days, darling.
You see, I'm going to struggle on this show.
Phil, if you want to...
I'm sorry, I was given to understand there was a beekeeping round.
I can't tell if you're coming or going.
Hello, I'm from Amsterdam. Would you like some lovely cheese?
Shall we start the show and do a question? So, what's this man's name?
Is it Don Quixote?
Yes, darling.
Don Quixote.
X is a ch sound, isn't it?
Well, the X is a sh, technically, because he's speaking Old Castilian in the book, and it should be Don Quixote.
Quixote.
But I think we could say Quixote, don't you, Dave?
Well, is Don short for something like Donald or Donna?
No, it was more of an honorary title.
Like the Don?
Yeah, like the Don, yeah.
Oh, right.
But quiche O.T., that sounds like an Irish order, doesn't it? I'll have quiche O.T.
Quiche.
Yeah. Actually, technically, he's not called any of those things because the protagonist in the book is called Alonso Quijano. So Don Quixote is a name he makes up for himself when he loses his marbles and assumes the character of a medieval knight. Lots of people argue it is the world's first modern novel.
Where do they argue?
Hey, in the literary world, my darling.
Oh.
He wrote it in prison, actually, which seems to be a good place to write a book. And it was an immediate and roaring success. So the question is, why might Elizabeth I not have read it?
She could read, couldn't she?
Do you know she could read in 6 languages?
Does she like beach reads, like the kind of big paperback?
Danielle Steele.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the one thing that we know about Elizabeth I? Anything?
Didn't she lose all her teeth?
Yes, that wasn't the thing I was looking for, but yes, that is...
Because I based my act on her.
What is a big event in history that Elizabeth I...
It's to do with the Spanish, isn't
Yes, yes.
The Armada.
Spanish Armada, absolutely.
So she wasn't reading a lot of Spanice literature?
Oh.
No, Cervantes was a buying agent for the Spanish Armada.
Very good pronunciation of Cervantes.
Cervantes.
Cervantes. I can say that.
Yeah. 2 beers.
Yeah.
That's all my Spanish as well. But actually, that thing that you were doing, that is a little bit like Elizabeth I when she'd lost all her teeth, apparently. Foreign ambassadors couldn't understand her. And she, obviously, because she was queen, she carried on chatting.
If she's anything like my nan, I'll tell you what Queen Elizabeth I was saying. Go and get us 20 senior service.
In the novel itself, Don Quixote goes mad because of reading. It used to be believed that reading, or what they called excessive contemplation, was incredibly bad for you, and it caused the most astonishing range of illnesses. So if you read too much, you could get all of these things, according to Dr. Robert Burton. Gout, Catarrhs, wasting, indigestion, colic, crudities, vertigo, consumption and wind. All caused by reading too much.
It's like the menu in a gastropub.
I feel like I'm in an exciting new hipster coffee bar. Oh, I'll have the colic,
The
please.
top 10 names in England in 2035. Oh, yeah, so gout and wasting are at camp, but colics at home.
Can I just say, though, it's so nice to be with another Alan, because Alan...
Yeah.
They're like the White Rhino. They're going extinct. There's only me, you, and Alan Titchmarsh going. Did you know that? There's no other Alan. You think with me being on the telly, there'd be a few more, but sadly not.
I love you very much, Alan, but I think you being on television is not going to encourage the breeding of children. I'm just...
Backstage went, Alan, I know it's your first time on. I'll be very kind and very lovely. Like we're back in the playground. Like you stamp on me glasses while you're at it.
What do you suppose a collective for Alans is? I wonder what the...
A pride.
A pride. You happy with that, Danny?
Yeah.
OK, fantastic. I'm pleased. Cervantes himself had quite an adventurous life. He was in the Spanish army, during which he got shot 3 times.
Well, he's got a sword in him there.
Oh, yes, that's not the thing.
Oh, I'll keep writing, don't worry.
He lost the use of his left arm. He was kidnapped and held captive as a slave for 5 years. He was arrested 3 times. He was excommunicated 3 times. I mean, he really had the most astonishing life.
Is he from Albert Square? That's a sort of CV of EastEnders, all of those bad things happening to you.
Nasty Nick, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, his death date is recorded as the 23rd of April, 1616. It is the same date as Shakespeare, and yet they died 10 days apart. How is that possible?
You're lying.
Yes. Correct. 10 points. No. 23rd of April, we celebrate St George's Day and Shakespeare's birthday, 1616. Right. So Shakespeare famously died on his birthday. So the same day, they are marked down as dying, and yet they died 10 days apart. How is that possible?
Is it that calendar they use?
It is that calendar they use.
Is it Julian calendar?
Yes, darling.
Which is also my drag name.
Darling, you've just got 10 points.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Entirely right. So Europe was using the Gregorian calendar and England was still using the Julian calendar. And so the dates are very slightly apart. Also, in Spain, the date of death was recorded as the day you were buried rather than the day you actually died. Now, what's the most thankless job in history?
It was being a mum, surely.
Yeah. Don't try and get the mum vote.
We have to say thank you to Mum in our house. We won't get any biscuits.
What's the worst job you ever had, Alan?
I put the raisins into fruit and fibre.
Yeah. Did somebody else do the apple bits? You were only in charge of the raisins.
Yeah. They came in a big box. I didn't put them in individually. Wish I'd gone to school.
Anybody else? Terrible job?
I was once working at a record company and someone had a record out with a lyric in it that mentioned Mr. Potato Head. And so I was asked, as a promotional device, to carve faces into 100 potatoes.
OK. Most thankless job in history comes from ancient China. So we're going to go back to 400 to 100 BC. And there were people called Yusha, and they were on a constant quest to rescue anybody in trouble and to help the poor. But they hated being thanked because they were too modest. In fact, it was part of their fundamental beliefs that you should never receive praise. So they are almost the equivalent of the knight-errants, which is what Don Quixote was.
But were they really modest, or were they like, no, please don't, please don't, please don't,
No, they had codes of chivalry. So there was one called Chuchia, and he saved hundreds of people's lives, but whenever anybody thanked him, he couldn't bear it. Even when he saved a king's life, he refused to ever see him again just in case he was thanked. It was absolutely part of who they were. There's a period of time in China, it's the 250-year period of warring states, and lots of dynasties were fighting for control. In the end, the dynasty called Qin finally won, that's Q-I-N, and that is where China gets its name from the Qin dynasty. So you can see this area down here on the left. That only lasted for about 15 years. But in these times of untrustworthy government, instability, people turned to these more self-sacrificing Yusha knights to dispense justice instead. Actually, the Chinese made a TV series called Yusha, and it was based on an American television series. Can anybody imagine what it might have been?
Starsky and Hutch.
Well, you've got it in that the car is critical.
Oh, car 54, where are you?
Knight Rider, another point!
Oh, my God.
They actually made a real version of the car from Knight Rider in China, and they sold it. It was called the Yusha, and the operating system was called...
Kit.
Yes, name of Hasselhoff's car, and it featured all the sort of LEDs mimicking the ones from the show. Who doesn't want one of those?
The thing about Kit was, though, he was really sassy, so
Yeah.
he would always tell Michael that he was wrong.
Oh, but I'd really like that. If there was like a sat-nav that spoke back to you, I think that would be rather good fun.
What if it said, do you want to go to Sainsbury's, are you sure?
Surely Waitrose is more your style. I'd quite like it, I think, being the voice of sat-nav. Sasnav.
You can record your own.
Can you?
Yeah. I had a tom-tom, I did it on that.
How long does that take? Do you have to record every road ever?
No,
He's been doing it for 9 years. This week, he's been doing Lithuanian villages.
Where's Alan in the shed, like, oh, God, Grove Avenue, Grove Street, Grove Road?
It's, you know, you just go, turn left, but because it's you can go, turn left! Left now!
So wait, have you just done turn left in lots of different moods?
I've done all the different things in different moods, yeah.
But can you do, mind that bus? Can you do that?
That nav doesn't tell you to mind that bus.
Oh, no, that is the children.
I like you have reached your destination and you haven't. I'd rather it just said, I think it's here somewhere.
Are all of yours a bit non-committal? Like, yeah, we could.
Yeah, it's round here. Have a look. Get out and look, why don't you? Buy a map. Buy a map.
Anyway, moving on. What's the lowest camping experience you can think of?
Oh, my God.
Oh, I was there that year.
Where is that?
That's Glastonbury, 2006 or 7. That was the year when there were police divers going into the tents looking for bodies.
Oh!
But I didn't find any, so it's all right.
It looks like a cross between camping and a soup from Wagamama's.
I went to Glastonbury once.
Yeah.
And I got absolutely paralytic. I woke up on the floor. Someone must have trodden on me because I had 2 footprints there. And someone had stubbed a fag out on my face.
No!
Yeah. How annoying can I be if I'm lying on the floor?
I'm talking about the lowest campsite in the world. It is 1.6 kilometres down inside the deepest cave on Earth. It is in Georgia, the Krubera Cave. It is obviously not open to your average camper. This is a genuine picture from the inside of the cave. It is 13 kilometres long, it is over 2 kilometres deep, and it can fill with water really fast with absolutely no warning whatsoever. Nevertheless, people go camping down inside this cave. So in 2018, 56 cavers from 7 different countries spent 4 weeks down inside. They were sleeping 6 to a tent, and for fun, they would dive down into sumps, which are sort of freezing... they're freezing cold passages submerged underwater, and squeeze as far as they could down these extremely narrow passageways. 4 weeks, can you imagine?
How much is it for a family of 4?
It's not for me.
What do you mean it's not for you? You're a perfect size for underground living. I can't get in that corridor. Where's Sandy? Sandy! Get down there, will you? Tell us if there's any sumps. You're like Stuart Little. We get you a little car. Go and find the interesting things underground, Sandy. And make sure you come back and we'll have a lovely bit of cheese for you.
So I was listening to that Flight of Fancy and you went cheese, and I thought, oh, I would come back for cheese. The deepest point of the cave is called the Terminal Sump.
Oh, dear.
And nobody knows how deep it is.
I've got one of those. Only my doctor knows where it is.
Well, I know a Ukrainian diver who could go and have a look. There's a man called Gennady Samokhin, and he holds the record for the deepest dive so far, 52 metres down to the terminal sump. Why would you do that?
I do not want to go any further down here. Sandy, go further. Where is Sandy in her tiny car?
The thing I love about this cave is the deepest terrestrial animal ever found on Earth lives there. It's a hexapod, 3 millimetres long, just a tiny little thing. It's called a Plutomorus autobalagnensis, and it lives at nearly 2,000 metres down. Do you not think that's astonishing that life is carrying on? This is not camping, it's living there full time.
I like that Alan went, oh, are you looking at the same picture? I didn't really think, oh.
You think it looks ugly, Alice, but you wait till you've seen Sandy doing dressage on one.
Pops a little ribbon on it.
Those long
Trot
things...
on, Spiky.
They're too heavy for it.
It does look like it's weighed down.
Why have I got these? They're too heavy.
Maybe put them back.
Yes. Just needs a bit of product.
Or a scrunchie.
Yes. Camping is a pastime. First documented, where do we reckon?
Early Victorian.
Early Victorians, it's British, so it's...
Is it?
Yeah, it is. The Victorians absolutely loved it. There was a great boating craze, so it was up and down the Thames, and some boats even converted into floating tents. The person we have to blame is a British tailor called Thomas Hiram Holding. He's regarded as the sort of father of lightweight camping. As a boy in 1853, he and his family went across the United States by a pioneer wagon across the prairies, and he absolutely loved it and has inflicted on the rest of us for all eternity that we have
Somebody
to go
that wears a pussy bow is not genuinely camping.
No.
Like, I feel like he's got an inflatable mattress in there, he's got heaters, he's got hot water bottles.
Well, he...
A little mojito, yeah.
He rather hilariously produced the Camper's Handbook, and under meals suggestions, he provides recipes for blancmange and lobster salad.
Oh, just come out.
I remember getting a vegetarian cookbook in the 80s and it had a crisp sandwich in it.
It's not much of a tent, is it?
But he has rowed there on dry land, which is quite impressive. So.
Tide's out. You say that's not much of a tent. He sold it to Eeyore just after this photograph was taken.
Camping these days can get seriously intense. Come on.
Oh.
Come on.
And good night.
OK, moving on. From the deepest quest on Earth to the highest, what do Everest summiters come down with?
I was offered the chance to walk to base camp.
Right.
And I did 1 day's training on Hampstead Heath and declined.
They say Hampstead Heath's harder, so
You have to talk to the dog
All the dog
Oh.
walkers.
But there's only a fortnight in May and a fortnight in October when you can even go to the top. And the rest of the year, it's 400-mile-an-hour winds and minus 60.
Oh,
why would anyone go up there? You're
I thought you were going to say it's all school groups.
No,
It's inundated.
If you do get permission to go, you have to queue, and people get really bad-tempered. There are many fights that break out as people are waiting. What do they come down with?
A Yeti.
A black eye, by the sounds of it, if everyone's like...
Or a fridge magnet, something like that.
One of those pens with something that slides. A climber.
Well, it's a Sherpa in a bra.
He's down again.
Sir Edmund.
Wow. You can see his Hillary.
So the Tibetans don't call it Everest, they call it Chumalonga. And they employ, in fact, 30 porters. Their sole job is to carry poo down the mountain. Yes, to special pits further down the mountain.
You're not allowed to leave your poo up there.
Well, no. In fact, if you do climb up now, the Nepalese government, they require you to bring down 18 pounds of rubbish. That includes other people's poo, or you will lose your $4,000 deposit. Just over 26,000 pounds of human excrement is dumped at base camp.
Will the poo ever overtake...
We can do this! For comic relief.
But the Nepalese porters who carry it all down, they are astonishing. They use something called a numlo. It's a sling that goes across the forehead. And on average, the male porters can carry 90% of their body mass. And there's female porters as well. They can carry 66%. There's one porter who can carry twice his own body weight. Hillary went back to the Himalayas lots of times after climbing Everest. He led an expedition. He led an expedition to look for the abominable snowman. He concluded that it didn't exist.
No?
No. But the Nepalese government has Yeti hunting rules. You have to pay for a permit, is the first thing. You have to photograph or capture it. You're not allowed to kill it. And you have to turn it over or turn over the photographs of any sightings whatsoever.
I like the idea that Edmund Hillary's there at the press conference, and this is what we're looking for. And there's a bunch of Sherpas in front of him, and they go, "Oh, you mean Keith?"
He said, and you see, no hat. This is how you can tell. The Yeti.
Or the centre parting. Do you think they saw lots of ones with little side parties? Like, that's not the one I'm looking for. I want the one with the curtains.
If we cannot find the Yeti, we will settle for the lead singer of Herman's Hermits.
From mountains to cliffs, how did the first ever cliffhanger ending conclude?
With somebody falling off the cliff? Or somebody not falling off the cliff?
Where do we think it comes from, the idea of using a cliffhanger in a story?
Well, from serial storytelling. Was it Dickens?
This is a famous British author who first came up with this. Tess the D'Urbervilles, Obscure...
Thomas Hardy, did he
It is
do
Thomas
that?
Hardy. Thomas Hardy wrote a novel in 1873 called A Pair of Blue Eyes, and one of the characters, Henry Knight, is left dangling perilously off the edge of a cliff, and his love interest, Elfrida, she realises that he's in some terrible trouble, and this is rather shocking and daring at the time. She goes and takes off all her underwear in a bush and makes it into a rope and saves his life.
Makes her bush into a rope.
Is it Tess the D'Urbervilles? There's a wonderful line, and it says, it's dark, and she's walking along, and she suddenly felt a huge erection in her front, and it turns out to be Stonehenge.
Wow.
The metaphorical cliffhanger, so used as a literary device, is much, much older. So the Arabian 1001 Nights is in the story from the 8th century of Scheherazade, and she tells a story every night to avoid being killed, and she always ends it so that the king wants to find out what happens next.
Isn't there one in the Bible?
What is the story in the Bible?
The cliffhanger with Mary, when she tells Joseph that he's not the father of the kid, and it like... Dun, 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 dun,
What? Yes.
Yeah, he's not my son?
No.
No, dun, dun, dun,
Yeah.
dun. That's a cliffhanger, that, isn't it?
Yeah, but I like the dun, dun. That's what they sing.
You're so right. It is better with it.
It is much better.
Previously in the Bible.
Phil, you mentioned cereals. What did you mean,
Cocoa
cereal?
Pops. What is it?
In newspapers and
OK,
so forth,
but it
and
also...
radio.
there were serial films in the early 20th century that would be shown once a week, usually on a Saturday morning, and then they would continue on from the last. And episodes tended to have some kind of suspenseful scene that would then resolve the following week. The most successful of these, probably 1914's The Perils of Pauline. That does have a literal cliffhanger in it in episode 6, with Pauline, the protagonist, clinging halfway down a cliff. But there's an effect called the Zeigarnik effect, and cliffhangers take advantage of this. People can remember uncompleted or interrupted tasks better than they can remember completed ones. So there was a psychologist working in 1927, Bluma Zeigarnik. She was the very first Russian woman ever to attend university, and she studied this phenomenon after her professor noticed that a waiter had better recollections of unpaid orders than paid ones. And she found that people will remember an interrupted task about 90% better than something that is uninterrupted. In a cliffhanger context, you remember the story better and you're more invested in it if the scene is left unresolved. Now, how did Britain's greatest national treasure get here?
Taxi.
What do you reckon? What's Britain's greatest national treasure?
Crown jewels.
It is to do with the crown jewels, the Cullinan diamond. World's largest diamond ever found.
Cool. Christ.
Like a molar.
Fox mint.
It's about the size of an orange. So if you imagine the average diamond is about the size of a seed, and you compare that to the Cullinan diamond, it was absolutely massive. It was discovered in 1905 in the Cullinan mines in South Africa. Probably the most valuable object in the world at the time. Now, as you said, is in the crown jewels. And so, obviously, they want to get it to London.
So did they just someone have to pocket it?
Well, what they did was they wanted to make sure that it was safe, so they rather ceremoniously put it in a package and they locked it inside the safe of a steamboat, and there was a team of detectives and all those things making sure this huge thing was absolutely safe. In fact, that package was a decoy, and the diamond arrived in London safe and sound by registered post. Don't you love that? They just thought, well, stick a stamp on it, be all right.
I'm very glad that you said that, because I just imagined a poor man walking all the way down the mall going... I got a delivery for the Queen.
Well, it was taken immediately to King Edward VII to inspect. In fact, the diamond went unsold for 2 years, and the government of Transvaal, eventually, they bought it for the equivalent of £15 million today, and they wanted to give it as a gift to the king, but the government wasn't sure. But Churchill was the colonial secretary, and he said, absolutely, we need to take this. And because everybody was so grateful in Transvaal to him for doing this, Churchill was given a replica. He used to put it on a silver plate and show it off at dinners to guests.
I like the idea that you'd take it to the king and the king would inspect it, but, I mean, I'm presuming he doesn't know loads about diamonds. I mean, what's he looking for?
I don't know.
I would have taken it to David Dickinson. He knows a bit more than me.
Well, that H.S. Samuel. Is that a good one?
Of course, you did have to find somebody who was good with diamonds, and the people who really knew about it was the Asher brothers in Amsterdam. And again, they made a big song and dance out of it. The Royal Navy took a box across the North Sea. In fact, Abraham Asher took the diamond, put it in his pocket and caught the train and went by train and ferry all the way.
Tickets, please.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
His brother, Joseph, studied the diamond and he planned the cut for weeks and weeks and weeks. 4 days before making the initial groove, he did a thing with the cutting knife and the knife broke rather than the diamond. I mean, it really was a massive thing. He spent 9 months cutting it into 9 major diamonds and 96 what they call brilliant.
What do you want it to say?
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
So Cullinan's 1, which is the Great Star of Africa, that is at the top of the sceptre, and Cullinan's 2 is in front of the imperial state crown. They're the major components. That ruby there is Black Prince's ruby, the largest one in the world. Not cut properly, just given a bit of a polish. Now, on to the quest for true love. Who would be interested in this dating profile? Stocky build, short, bald, Bolivian male, moderate drinker, never been in a previous relationship, definitely wants children.
That's basically me.
Is it a human?
No, obviously it's not a human.
All Bolivian
Yes.
creature beginning with a Q.
It doesn't begin with a Q.
Well, it's in the wrong series.
It is. But we are on a quest to find this creature a mate. It is a frog.
A frog?
So this is a very sweet story, OK? This is a story of Romeo, a Sewencus frog. So he has been living in a tank in Bolivia in the Cochabamba Natural History Museum, and it was thought that Romeo was the last one in his species. So the last one in his species is called an endling, and in 2018, his conservationist set up an online dating profile for him on Match.com in an effort to find him a mate. And here is the video that they made for their search.
Hi there, I'm Romeo, a Sewencas water frog from Bolivia. I'm a pretty simple guy. I tend to keep to myself and love spending nights at home. I also love eating. Then again, who doesn't?
Ah, who could resist, right? Who could resist?
They're good friends to do that.
Didn't want to do it himself.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing,
It's embarrassing.
to do it yourself.
They're good mates.
Get your
They're
friends
good
to
mates.
do it.
Miguel, could you do a video for me?
Hey, why don't I put it you get catchy the worm? Come out under the rock. You get the worm.
I have the tiny arms of the frog. It is not possible for me to hold the phone and eat the worm.
Say what you want me to say.
Write it down on a big piece of paper, hold it behind the phone.
The thing is, it worked.
Loads of frogs started turning up.
Put toad in a frog bra.
Hello.
They went out on a frog-finding expedition. They found 3 males and 2 females, and he has now been paired with a female who they have obviously named... Juliet, exactly right.
See, because I am called Romeo. This photograph was taken of me at my modern jazz dance class. When you dance in Bolivia, you must never smile.
Here's the thing, is that you're completely wrong about Romeo's personality, because they put him with Juliet, and she's really energetic. She loves to swim, she eats a lot, she keeps trying to escape, and
She is driving me on the wall. Climbing out of the tank.
Yeah. He's very...
Eating my worms.
He's very shy.
He doesn't like her. There's no such thing as shyness. That's an affectation. He doesn't like her and he's acting as if he's shy. I want a different one. This isn't the one.
There are other animal dating apps. There is a dating app called Tudder. Does anybody know what that might be?
For cows?
It is for cows.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah. It's launched in early 2019, and you can browse cattle from all over the UK to find a suitable mate for your livestock. You can request either cows or bulls, and you do literally swipe left or right.
Find someone that looks at you the way that Frisia is looking at me, honestly.
You know, apparently Andy Murray has invested in Tudder. I don't know why. You thought that...
That's not true, is it?
Yeah, that is a true thing, yes.
Why?
I don't know the workings of his mind.
I don't know if you're aware, but I recently had an artificial hip put in. So I need to find new avenues of revenue. And I thought cow dating. I was on a lot of painkillers.
You don't sound anything like him at all.
Yeah, but I sound a lot like the Bolivia.
It was like the frog was in the room. But I don't know who this bloke is.
I'm Andy Murray. I won Wimbledon.
He certainly physically resembled him.
How are the cows swiping left or right with the
I think they get the farmers to do it. Speaking of breeding, who has the world's most sinister genitals?
In attendance or in the world?
In the world, the most sinister genitals.
Sinister as in to the left.
Exactly. Yes. Oh, how we play.
Oh, is that what that means?
It's Latin for left. So, in 2017, there was a snail called Jeremy who was really lonely.
Treasure!
Yeah, so...
Where's he from? I'll do the accent.
Jeremy was from southwest London.
What?
He's an extremely rare sinistral snail. So that means that the shell spirals to the left. So he was called Jeremy because they named him after Jeremy Corbyn. But it meant his genitals were on the wrong side, so he could only have sex with another snail who also had genitals on the left side. Anyway, they did a search and they found 2 potential mates. This is a lovely story.
You keep saying it's a lovely story. A succession of perverts trying to get weird animals to have sex. This isn't a lovely story at all.
Wait.
I want to see the snails.
I've never seen a Celesti one.
With his old fella on the left-hand side. Snail porn, come on. It takes ages, it takes ages.
Anyway, this is a nice story because 2 potential mates were found. One in Spain and one in Suffolk. And they brought the 3 together.
Oh, now it's a threesome.
No! No! It's worse, darling. The ones from Spain and Suffolk got down to it and Jeremy had to watch.
Was he videoing it? This is the key.
Yeah. You say he had to watch, he could have just gone indoors.
Yeah.
Now, because I love you, Phil, we do actually have some snail porn.
Oh, yeah.
This is snails engaging in foreplay. So what they do is they circle and they touch each other's tentacles. Yeah. And if you look carefully there, you can see their penises come out of their heads. That is just a thing. It's a snail thing.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Don't worry about unblocking the sink. Come to bed.
Now, only one final challenge remains for our gallant knights as we trepidate into the treacherous kingdom of general ignorance. Fingers on buzzers, please. Which is the closest planet to Earth? Alice.
Mars.
Not Mars. Anybody else?
Venus?
Oh, no.
The moon?
No, just... generally.
Mercury.
Yes, absolutely right. It is Mercury. But it's not how we normally think of it. So the minimum distance between the Earth and Venus is 24 million miles. If you have a look at this, this is how we generally
That's
think
very near, isn't it?
of it. Yeah, well, it is in sort of space terms. The minimum distance to Mars is 34 million miles, and to Mercury it's 48 million miles. So you would imagine that it all goes like that and everybody stays in the same lineup. However, that is not how orbits work. So let's have a look at this video, which explains it a little bit more. Initially, it looks as though Mercury is the furthest away, but the way the orbits function is that Venus often is right the other side of the sun, making it really, really far away. And there's a guy called Oliver Hawkins, and he wrote some computer code to try and work this out. And he found that the planet that spends most of the time closer to Earth than any other is Mercury. So it's closest to Earth 46% of the time. Venus was closest 36% of the time, and Mars only 18%.
I think I did say all of that.
Yeah. Venus is an astonishing place because a day on Venus is longer than a year. It rotates so slowly that you could stroll across its surface at exactly the same speed as the sun passes through the sky. It means you could watch the sunset forever just by walking.
But you'd be eviscerated. The
You would, darling. It rains sulfuric acid, and the atmosphere is 872 degrees Fahrenheit.
But anything for a sunset, am I right?
Yeah. Anybody have a mnemonic to remember the planets in order?
Yes. It's Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune.
Thank you, darling. That's perfect. That is the order, and...
Pluto doesn't count. It's actually a Disney character.
Yes, that's right. That is the order of the planets, and one is often taught it at school. So many volcanoes emit mulberry jam sandwiches under normal pressure, or my very easy method just speeds up naming planets. So there were...
I couldn't get past vagina, though. I've got moist vagina expected, might just steam up 90.
So weirdly, that's probably the one I'm going to remember. Anybody else? Alice, you've got one?
Mine's quite depressing.
OK.
Mum's vacant expression means Jane sulks unless noticed.
Wow, you were a jolly girl at school. My favourite is Mary's virgin explanation made Joseph suspect upstairs neighbour. Worth pointing out, of course, that Pluto is no longer regarded as a planet.
No, not there.
It's now a dwarf. But on the subject of Earth, where would you find the oldest part of it?
Antique shop.
Alice is sort of heading in the right direction in terms of it being on display somewhere.
Is it a fossil in a museum? Is it something like that?
Well, it's actually in Houston.
Oh, it's the moon rock. Moon rock?
It is, darling. It is absolutely a piece of moon rock.
Because it was...
Don't blind me with science. What's that?
So we're talking about Apollo 14, so 1971. They brought some bits and pieces back, and they haven't really had time to analyse them all. You know how you have stuff in a box and you think, oh, I must get to it. So it's at NASA's Lunar Sample Laboratory Facility in Houston, and in January 2019, they analysed a piece of this rock, and they realised it came from what's known as the Hadean Earth. So we are talking about the planet only being about 500 million years old at that point. And it was found on the moon, but almost certainly what happened is this particular specimen was blasted off the Earth about 4 billion years ago when a large asteroid struck. So it would have shot through what would have been much thinner atmosphere and collided with the moon, which at that time was only a third of its current distance. As I'm sure you know, the moon is drifting away from the Earth annually about 1.6 inches. It used to be much closer than it is. So that is an astonishing thing that they found it in a cupboard. It's only tiny. It's a chip, just about a couple of centimetres squared.
Everyone's got that drawer with, you know,
yes,
elastic bands,
yep,
like a USB
Euros,
stick, all of that.
Some floppy disks.
We cleared out our understairs cupboard and we found 3 fondue sets. What is...
I've never been less surprised by anything before.
The oldest known piece of Earth was found on the moon. What is the name of this sword?
Excalibur.
It isn't.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
That's the first one he got. Excalibur's the one later.
Yes.
From the Lady of the Lake. The one he pulled out the
Yes.
stone is called Terry.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right there.
Terry the sword.
The sword and stone's likely called Clarent.
Clarent.
Clarent, and it's a sword of peace.
He pulled it out of the stone shortly before buying his first pair of trousers.
They're quite a fit, aren't they?
That's what they're all laughing at.
I did see a boy in the street the other day wearing jeggings. A boy.
It's a mistake, isn't it?
I know, you can see everything. Could you see he was sinister? I know a snail like it.
And we end with the quest for eternal life. So, Sir Alan of Carr, your final challenge.
OK.
Upon yonder table lies the chalice of eternal life. Prithee, select the one true Holy Grail and bring it to me.
Oh, OK.
Yeah, good luck.
Is this my hat?
Oh, yes, of course.
If I meant to look like Indiana Jones, I look like Charlie Hungerford from Bergerac. Do you know? Right, what am I doing?
Right, so, you are looking for the Holy Grail. Which one are you going to select?
What's that Indiana Jones one where he thinks that Jesus' cup will be like the golden one, but it's the modest one, isn't it?
OK. So what do you reckon?
Well, I think it's the wooden one.
Here is the thing. You should have picked the tray. The tray is the Holy Grail. A grail was most likely a serving dish, so would you please bring me the tray? And none of the cups whatsoever.
Has it got one of those beanbag padded bottoms?
I love those.
If I could have that, please, darling. The word grail...
Like...
Thank you, sweetheart. It comes from the Latin gradale, grail, and it means a deep platter that you would serve food on during medieval banquets. It gradually evolved from the sort of Middle Ages onwards into people thinking it was a larger vessel with an elaborate cover and then a drinking cup. Traditionally, the idea is it gives immortality to the drinker, although the Bible gives no special significance to the chalice that Jesus uses to consecrate his blood wine. It became very popular in Arthurian tales. One of these stories tells of Joseph of Arimathea bringing it to Glastonbury, actually, where he
got smashed! Oh, my God.
Well, there's a stream that runs red. Is that right?
Oh, by the Red Bull stand.
Well, the legend has it, it's because it's travelled through Christ's blood via the Holy Grail. I think, spoil sports, scientists will tell you it's the high levels of iron red oxide in the soil. Well, I'm afraid you picked wrong, but you look very fetching in the hat. I would love to see a camp Indiana Jones. Something terrible happens. He goes, whoa! A grail actually looks like this, which means a Holy Grail looks like this.
Oh.
I'm working my arse off here, people. Which brings us to the scores. In first place, with -1, it's Phil. Second place with -7, making a fantastic debut, it's Alan Carr.
Thank you.
In third place, a surprising -15, Alan. And in last place with -18, it's Alice. So, farewell to my noble knights, Alice, Alan, Phil, and Alan, and me. Till we meet again, let us dwell upon this questing quotation from the late, great Knight of the Realm, Sir Terry Pratchett. So much universe and so little time. Good night.